the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, shalom. Come on in. Come on in.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear.
Come on in.
By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia.
Shalom, shalom.
Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel.
That's right. The Most High's gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rick Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church, here with the weekly broadcast, brothers and sisters. And I thank you all for your presence. And boy, do we have a broadcast for you this evening. Of course, I have Elder Lawyer on standby, and we have a lot to talk about. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Keep in mind, that's right. The Most High is calling back Israel. But this teaching, this gospel of the kingdom according to the word must be preached to all nations before the end come. Which means what? We as teachers within this Bible, ambassadors for the word of God, teach all races and nations of people. Of course, according to the doctrine that was implemented before the fall of our home, Jerusalem. But all in all, that's right. Just like the song lays out, folks, we're looking for the lost tribes of Israel. And the Most High is gathering the lost tribes of Israel. And this gospel is bringing the kingdom into this realm. Keep in mind, the Bible teaches that the kingdom cometh not by observation, that the kingdom of heaven is within you. Folks, it was in us the whole time. It was in us the whole time. Okay, no empire would have been possible without our people building it. And I'm not just talking about with our bare hands. Our brains and spirit. Folks, the kingdom has always been within God's people. Okay. And of course, they seek to dismantle any empire we build when our people begin to understand that that's right. What we build belongs to us. And usually when we began to understand our power in connection with our God, the powers that be will begin and always begin to dismantle that empire. Okay? And that's where we are today. I'm going into this lesson from an entirely different angle than any of you may think. Okay? I'm going to attack this lesson from an entirely different angle, an angle that none of you probably would suspect, right? That's right. I have Elder Lawyer on standby. How you doing, Elder Lawyer? Let me bring you in first. How you doing?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. Thank you.
All right. Good to see you. Thanks for carving out some time. I know you wouldn't miss it for the world, but I'm glad. Hey, there's no other brother on earth that I would rather have by my side right now.
Yes, sir. All praise be to the Most High.
I'll tell you that right now. A true brother in Christ, and
Yes, sir.
A loyalty unparalleled. And I don't tell you that enough. So,
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
Sir. Thank you.
Here we are, Lawyer, and this is what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to be going into don't worship the Madonna, but people have no idea what that entails. The majority of people on earth, Elder Lawyer, believe it's talking about just bowing down and worshiping to idols. But Satan played a cruel trick even on those who would be looking out, they'll be looking not to break that commandment, bowing down to idols, right? So
Right.
anyone in the church, Judeo-Christian or whatever the case is, will say, well, because I don't have an idol in my house and bowing down to it, obviously I'm not breaking that commandment, that first commandment, thou shalt not have any God before you. And thou shalt not make any graven image or bow down to it. Well, suppose Satan realized that and said, well, okay, since you're not going to bow down to the idol, this is what your people aren't looking out for. What if I make people the idol? And this is what I'm going into. Don't worship the Madonna today. Because I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawyer, and it blew me away. And of course, I'm going to be sharing some of this in the next academy. And I want you to go over a few of the academy lessons we're working on and to make them even better in a moment. But right now, right, at this present moment, I'm reading a document that was drafted out of Harvard University. Of course, I pay a certain fee under the university thing I have with the church to be able to download certain documents, right? And this document out of Harvard University itself, I'm going into, and what it's talking about, Cambridge University Press. Cambridge University Press, not Harvard, I stand corrected there. I wanted to look into the collapse of complex societies, right? And the more I read into this is going into all empires since even before the Egyptian empire, right? The ancient empires of Babylon, and then the complexity of Rome, which which learned, Rome in of itself learned from the mistakes of prior empires and built an empire that was never supposed to fall, right? Based on their observations of prior empires, they began to articulate and do what? Refine nation building as well as empire building to a degree where all nations would agree to keep the empire afloat. Therefore, minimal risk of collapse. See, it's one thing if you are just, I would say, a tyrant country, a country that all the world despise and is seeking to conspire against you. It's another thing if you make all the nations that are your enemies believe that they can benefit through alliances, right? But something in particular stuck out in this particular document. I'm going to be going into more of that in the academy, right, Elder Lawyer?
Right.
And this is what led me to this topic tonight. Don't worship the Madonna, right? When did any of these empires begin to crumble? In essence, Lawyer, and I'm going to go into it. In essence, when men and or women of any society began to desire a role outside of what the Most High intended from the beginning. When men started operating outside of their divine masculine nature. And when the women desire the power of the men, it toppled the society. One thing about the Grecians before the Roman Empire, right? The Grecians, even though they were dealing with Greco-erotica and all these things, right? And I love reading some of these white papers because it's, it's eerie when you read these things and realize how close we are to total destruction here in America and in the Western world, right? But one thing stood out is that even though you had Greco-erotica and the Greeks dealing with all types of what you would call perverted behavior against the morality of the Bible when it comes to sexual behaviors, they were stringent on keeping those things private and not make it public. The mistake that Rome made was the fact that when it came to the roles of men and women, right? Women had a prominent role in politics and all that behind their men. But when it came to the role play of the theater, which was their propaganda, keep in mind, a lawyer, there weren't any radio stations, TVs, or whatever the case might be. So they didn't have propaganda like we see today through theater and movies. They had to do it on stage. Well, they had a thing based on the fact that all the money they were making as propagandists, the men in their society, the Roman men, would actually play women roles. Women weren't able to operate in the theater until well later, right? So that's where what you would call the dynamic came in that began to make what the Grecians kept private, public. And what I'm talking about in particular is the cross-dressing thing. It became a thing of laughter and, of humor and all that, but it was doing something within the culture in of itself because young men were growing up seeking to be a part of the theater. And it permeated throughout their politics and began to crumble inside out from what? From the marb, from the place of propaganda, right? When men started compromising their masculinity, right? Now, wait till you see what I'm about to go into. because Satan and his agents did this Madonna thing totally sideways in a way that no one could have imagined. Now, before I talk about that, right, I want to take my time with this too, right? The collapse of complex societies. Man, listen, I got this. I went and downloaded this one. Eventually, I got it from this thing, and somebody probably find it free if you would like. I don't know, but I'm going to be going into this along with two other documents, lawyer, two other documents that dovetails off of this. It's going to blow it away.
Right.
You would be surprised. I know you probably wouldn't know, the lawyer, how close we are to a collapse, starting with the immorality first and how it leads to what I'm teaching today and talking about don't worship the Madonna. Let me tell you, no one can make sense why the relationships aren't working, like I've stated last Sabbath, concerning and asking a question, did Adam lose Eve? No one is actually quantifying why women are acting all out of pocket and irate right now with no explanation. Not just our women. No one actually can understand right now why even our women feel a propensity when the camera is rolling to start twerking and things like that. Right? I'm going to tell you. And a lot of us looking at it like, this is insane. What's going on here? There's a reason behind all of it. There's a reason behind it. I don't agree with it. But you know what it is, lawyer? And I'm going to tell you this right now. When the Most High began to judge the earth, the people in the earth begin to understand that there's a change going on. And what's going on with women seeking attention and all that, and what's going on with them twerking and all that is because they're down to their last play. They feel there's a need to do this because they've tried everything else. And society is still crumbling around them. They've tried everything. And now it's straight overt. Here's sex. Can I get a life or a family or someone to protect me, even if I'm willing to expose myself? And it still isn't working. Satan played a cruel trick on everyone using the Madonna. And I'm going into this broadcast today, and I hope it's received with the care and love I went into in order to present this. Now, before I go in, we're going to talk about it. Hit the like button, first and foremost. And I'm going to tell you, when we go into these white papers and all these things, I'm going to tell you, in the academy, we be dropping it. So make sure y'all are part of that academy. Elder lawyer, before I go into this, right? Please let the brothers and sisters understand. Let the brothers and sisters understand what they'll, some of what they'll experience in the next academy.
Yes, absolutely. Well, as many of you may know, we do have a new Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up this January. I want to say January 7th. Con? All right. So this January 7th, we have a new Hebrew and Bible Academy. In this academy, as always, we try to make sure that we keep the information new, fresh, giving new insights, even to some of the former lessons that we've covered in past academies. We want to try to make sure that even with those lessons, we're giving new perspectives. But along with those new perspectives, we have brand new lessons altogether that we're going to be covering. And some of those lessons will be, number one, UFOs in the Bible. Now, we've covered that in the past, but again, we're going to try to touch on that with some new insight, dealing with what they call UFOs. And I think by this time, They have a new term for what we used to call UFOs, which I believe is UAPs. But we're going to touch on UFOs and UAPs and see if there's any equivalent in the Bible. Like if they were to see the angels operating in our modern times or even in ancient times, or they would see things operating outside the understanding of our realm, would those things be identified or labeled as UFOs, or as they call it today, UAPs? Well, we're going to discuss that in this up and coming academy. One of the other lessons we have coming up is a lesson that we actually had to have a little discussion to first deal with the title that I would say is a little bit more politically correct, if you will. And it's not that the original title was of any negative intention or if we had any bad intentions or anything with the original title, but understanding the world that we're in and these platforms that we're using, we have to be very careful on how we promote and what we promote within our platform. So the title we came up with for this up and coming lesson is titled The Jewish Relationship with the Tribe of Judah. And some of you may be asking already, well, what does that mean? I thought the Jewish and the tribe of Judah, that's the same thing. Well, that's up for discussion, and we'll have that discussion in this up and coming academy. So that's another thing we're going to be discussing. We have the roundtable discussion on the purpose of man and woman. We're going to bring that back into this academy. Last academy, we had lessons dedicated specifically to the purpose of a man and the purpose of a woman. Okay. This academy, we're going to bring all of that together in a round table discussion.
Now, in that round table discussion, we're going to bring two outsiders with two separate perspectives, and I'm working on it now, okay?
Yes.
On that round table, we're going to have the Bible open, so there will be a respectful dialogue. But I'm going to bring in the brother from Passport Bros. He's overseas right now, and I believe that he told me the next time, Elder Lawyer, we can bring him on and we can have an open dialogue and an honest dialogue, and I'll bring a Bible perspective with it. Well, on the other end, because there's been a lot of people speaking about Cynthia G and not hearing her perspective of how she's come to some of these conclusions, whether we agree with them or not. I bring Bible resolve. So we're going to have the Bible in the middle, you and I. We're going to have the brother from the Passport Bro on one side, the brother, and we're going to have Cynthia G, if she'll come in, and we're going to have an open discussion on not how we feel personally or how we were hurt, but how do we come to a resolve according to our God if they both believe in the Bible. And I believe that will be a serious discussion because, I may have to play referee, but I believe that that's going to be something off the change. That's going to get, because the people in the world listen to some of these people, but it's not with a biblical perspective. And I'm sure, right, even though I don't agree with everything she may talk about, I'm sure there's a point that justify her view that could be right. Not that everything. I usually when you hear offensive things, you turn it off. But we're going to be what? We're going to be open to hear what these people are saying, who are personalities out there, in hopes that those who even follow them can hear what God is saying. It's time to stop this fighting. It's time to stop this fighting. We're too far. We're too far in this. With the armies almost at the door. So I think that's going to be an open discussion that can go somewhere if it's moderated right. And of course, I'm going to be there. And I think everyone want to be in that. They're going to want to be in it just for that portion to hear these perspectives all together from either side. At first, of course, I was thinking about other people, but I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to keep it classy, in a way where the Bible can resonate and speak. So that's going to be a like my son say, a banger. And we may have to take pieces of that and just make that a small series and put it up, but it's going to be good. All right, because listen, it doesn't matter. And people say, well, why are we going to talk to people on the outside and all that? Listen, the Gathering of Christ Church has always, throughout this ministry, brought on different guests who had opposing perspectives or whatever the case is to bring resolution. We've always operated without being closed-minded, right, lawyer? So, hey, let's do it. All right? So, no, these are other personalities. You have to realize you got men out there who have followings and you have sisters out there who have followings, but they are people. So someone says, Forge in the Kingdom says, that's going to be good. Let me tell you, it will be. And of course, we're going to have Mama Shirley and a lot of aged women that can bring levity to the conversation. So get ready. All right. What else we have? What else we have, lawyer?
Yes, sir. Another brand new lesson we have, never taught before in any of the Hebrew and Bible academies, is the breakdown of the 24 elders. I'm going to go into some information, some precepts, identify the 24 elders. Or rather, I put forth this question: can the 24 elders be identified in the Bible? Well, we're going to see when we cover the breakdown of the 24 elders. Also, we have the prophecies of Daniel and the secrets of time.
Hold up. A Berean. Nah, you know what I mean? Because you know what? A Berean, if you're out there, okay? When you said that the wrong tribes are being mentioned here, call in. And if you can show me where the 12 tribes are outside of what we're mentioning, we'll teach what you think. Okay? So Berean, matter of fact, don't block him. Don't put him on timeout. Put a face with the trolling. Okay? Because we prove what we teach. Okay? Whether you did Berean, whether you agree with it or not, we don't care. Okay? But if you're going to make a statement, the Bible states, bring forth your strong reason. And bringing forth your strong reasoning isn't you saying what's not. It's proving what is. And what we want to do, we want to teach the truth here, so you bring it. You come and you call and you show me where the 12 tribes are. You don't even have to mention what we're teaching. And if you're right, we'll teach what you're teaching. But if you're wrong, you must yield and stop trolling. Okay? What else we have, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. So we got the prophecies of Daniel and the secrets of time. With this one, we're going to try to do something a little different. Obviously, we have taught Daniel 7 or the 4 beasts of Daniel in the past.
Yeah.
Breaking down primarily Daniel 7, but we want to try to include Daniel, the 8th chapter, the 70 weeks of Daniel's, the 9th chapter, and also the information on the secrets of the times, according to Jubilees.
Look at that.
And last but not least, we have walking with Christ, or walking with the commandments in Christ.
Okay.
A lot of times coming into this truth, we have a lot of questions concerning the commandments. How do we resolve following the commandments under Christ? What laws do I keep? What laws don't I keep? What is the best way to apply the laws in Christ? And we're going to be discussing that in that lesson, walking with the commandments in Christ. So again, we are accepting enrollments for the upcoming academy, which starts January 7th. Go to historytimes.org and you get all the information you'll need there to enroll.
Okay. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. So January 7th, it all starts. Hebrew and Bible Academy starting January 7th. Please enroll. Go to historytimes.org. Okay. So now let's jump in. Folks, do not focus on the trolling. Focus here because we're about to go into something deep right now. And if they want to bring forth whatever truth they feel they have, 515-605-9327. Now, Elder Lawyer, before I start with the lesson, let me tell the brothers and sisters, I just want to give y'all some insight right now. Obviously, the World Economic Forum and what they're meeting about, something is going on in the earth, and I want to make sure those who are in Christ, those who believe this word, will take heed and prepare. Okay. They're talking about what others have been talking about in the media and all of that, the possibility for a quote unquote cyber attack. Okay. We've just went through a disease thing. And I feel that right after that, those who didn't make it through that, obviously a number of people are coming in. That's actually replacing those numbers, because it doesn't look as if, since the disease happened and people coming in, doesn't seem as if, the population of people have changed from one major city to the next. So obviously these things are moving, according to some type of program. And I believe when the lights go out, it's going to be some serious chaos with some of these strangers who have come amongst our people. All in all, make sure that it doesn't matter. If something happens, we've been talking about this for a long time. Everything that's going on is prophecy. You just cannot be caught out there with the chaos. Because obviously when an emergency comes, the people who aren't prepared, they're the ones in the street, okay, in the midst of the chaos. It's systematic, and believe they have a plan for that. So there is no reaction without the initial reaction, and that reaction usually is for the unprepared. Brothers and sisters, make sure you have extra water, extra food. Make sure you have a backup generator source for power. Make sure you have a plan with like-minded people in your area if something was to happen. Okay, the lights will come back on. The same way I told brothers and sisters when all that happened, that eventually it's going to open up. When the disease happened and people thought that it would never go back to norm. And I told people, you must weather the storm. Okay? So the lights will come back on, but the whole deal is you cannot be caught up in the chaos if they go out. Years ago, we had experts and others come on our program and all of that before there was a change in YouTube and all that when it comes to being able to, say certain things as far as the guidelines that said, well, eventually the powers that be are looking to take America and move it into third world status where what? To get used to rolling electricity and all these things. Okay. So when you hear about cyber attacks and all these others, whatever the case might be, that's right, brothers and sisters. You are not to be caught out with the unprepared. Get food, get water, and a network of people who understand, okay, what's going on? Okay. Do it now. We already have these initiatives within our church, within itself, and these conversations have been going on for over a decade within our church. But all in all, a lot of you, some of you don't have access to a church, but you can still prepare accordingly. Food, water, dry goods, a generator source to make sure you have power to be able to communicate. If you have access to a satellite phone and can afford one to communicate with someone else who's on board, make sure you have that. But all in all, get through the initial storm. Eventually, things will be put back on the grid and moving, and that's when you make a move, if need be. The Bible says if you're persecuted in one city, flee into the next. But what they could be banking on is the initial shock that it comes with the power not coming on for days. That's what they're going to prepare for. And the majority of people who's living hand to mouth, week to week, are going to be the ones out in the street through that chaos, which will justify military intervention probably. So make sure, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. But if it happens, be prepared. Okay? Now, Elder Lawyer, when we think about the Madonna, don't worship the Madonna. Usually, Elder Lawyer, especially around this time of year, right?
Right.
It goes into Christmas, the Queen Mother of Heaven, the Madonna, whom they turned into Mary. Queen Mother of Heaven, don't worship the Madonna. And another term for her is Queen Mother of Heaven. Now, Christ didn't have anything to do with this woman on the screen or the people that's in this image who are obviously Romans. But this particular image in of itself resonates more within society than a lot of us think outside of the image, right? Now, when you think of the Queen Mother of Heaven, you think of Mary, right? But the Queen Mother of Heaven is a deity. And folks, suppose this deity is a deity not only, listen, not only is this deity Semiramis, the Queen Mother, okay, of Nimrod, and then Tammuz incarnate. Suppose Satan can turn into the Queen Mother of Heaven to be worshiped. Interesting, isn't it? Now, the first place, Elder Lawyer, we hear about the Queen Mother of Heaven in the Bible, where it's spelled out almost exactly like that, right? Where our God tells us not to deal with her, is what? Is in the book, let's get it, Elder Lawyer, in the book of Jeremiah, if you can, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that real quick and show them. Because for some reason in our modern times, people have come to believe that the Queen Mother of Heaven, or the worshiping of Mary, is a good thing, right? But let's go there first, right? Let's go there first. Now, let me make this clear, all right? With me going into this, I'm not personally attacking anyone who may be operating under the pagan belief or the worship of Mary in the Catholic Church. You probably grew up believing it was Mary, just like we did. But it's time to shake yourself from pagan worship to serve the true living God and his son. Right? Let's go to Jeremiah 44, because you're going to hear a lot about this Queen Mother of Heaven right here. You're going to hear a lot about her soon. Talking about her having a baby and being honored with the baby in the manger. But that has nothing to do with Christ and or Mary. Elder Lawyer, if you may, let's go to Jeremiah 44. I'm here, if you will. And let's read this real quick. Jeremiah 44. And let's start.
Start maybe around 15.
Around 15. 15 is fine. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Then all the men which knew that their wives had burned incense unto other gods, and all the women that stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwelt in the land of Egypt and Pathros, answered Jeremiah, saying, As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee.
So here it is. They said, we will not hear you, prophet Jeremiah. Now, this is the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi in Judea going off, worshiping pagan gods and or goddesses. As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of Ahiah, the God of the Hebrews, we will not listen to you. We will not hearken unto you, Jeremiah. Read.
17. But we will certainly do whatsoever goeth forth out of our own mouth.
We're going to do what we want to do. Read.
To burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven.
To burn incense unto who?
Unto the Queen of Heaven.
Unto the Queen of Heaven. They have deceived the world into worshiping a female deity, which is really an ancient goddess, folks. And she is a key component for the craft, sorcery, and witchcraft. She is a key component for all of it, because it's not just the worship of the Madonna. She comes with an ideology that destroys empires. See? Why? Because I don't know what you see in the image with the Queen Mother of Heaven. But right now, this is out of order in view of the heaven we read about in the Bible. See, this is out of order. See, these men or celestial masculine in the heavens is worshiping her. Backward. Woman empowerment. Enthralled within the religion. Right? These are over here are subservient and are crowning her. Right? Now we're going to talk about this because our God said, for our people, we're from the tribe of Judah, not to do so. Let's read this again.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 44:17.
Read.
But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings, and our princes in the cities of Judah.
In the cities of Judah, read.
And in the streets of Jerusalem. For then had we plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil.
Read.
But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine.
And by the famine. So obviously worshiping the Madonna led to the fall of our power and land, Israel. So of course they would institute the same worship in all the lands our people would serve, where our people would be scattered through the diaspora. They would set up the same worship that led to what? That led to the destruction of the men. The worshiping of the Madonna. It was a cult that destroyed the fabric of family, traditional family. The worshiping of the goddess was actually woman empowerment. Instilled in this world through a deity, not a regular deity, but Satan himself. Watch what I show you. And have been consumed by the sword. Hit that like button. Right? And by the famine. Read it.
19. And when we burned incense to the Queen of Heaven, and poured out drink offerings unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her, and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men?
Without our men. Notice it's talking about, folks, pouring out drink offerings, libations. A lot of us think this is some African crap, some African spirituality. You are a witch or a warlock. You didn't even know the history of the fallen, the history of libation. It was pre-flood. When the angels who were bound for disobedience, their children, the Nephilim, would pour water on the ground over their tombs, hoping to do what? Hoping to quench their fathers or their ancestors buried who were in hell going through torment. Did we make her cakes to worship her and to pour out drink offerings unto her without our men? And it says without our men, because why? The Babylonians and others began to tailor this particular time of year towards something the women would be looking forward to from year to year as a tradition. So they targeted the women. They marketed at that time to the women so that even if the men didn't want to be involved, the women were saying, well, listen, I'm going to have my Christmas. It's for the babies. I don't care whether or not you do it. I'm going to have my Christmas. Not realizing back then this was a divide between the woman and man, because the woman was supposed to follow the man lead. But the woman would make it so nice that he even began to what? Weaken his position for the sake of tradition. Because during that time, that's right, it's lovey-dovey, it's cold outside, it's warming each other up, and it's the best time of year. That's right, coupling. So the men started getting down with it because of the power of that woman. And what came with it was what? That's right, some love. Right? So here it is. Magic through tradition has begun to do what? Destroy the power of our strong men in Jerusalem. So when we decided not to do it, the women say, I don't care, I'm going to do it without you. Go out to war, go out and do what you got to do. I'm worshiping Mama. I'm worshiping the Madonna. Now, back then, it was a black Madonna. Right? So it was about taking power from the men. We dovetailing off of did Adam lose Eve last week. But folks, it didn't stop there. You thought Satan was going to stop with Adam and Eve? Huh? Let's go back, read that last piece before I go to the next bullet point. The next point. Read it.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 44, verse 19. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and pour out drink offerings unto her, then we make cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men.
Read.
And then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women, and to all the people which had given him that answer, saying, the incense that ye burn in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, ye and your fathers and your kings and your princes and the people of the land, did not the Lord remember them? And it came not into his mind? He says,
did not the Most High remember them, those who would disrespect the throne for this satanic worship? You think God is going to forget this? After giving us a land flowing with milk and honey? Mm-hmm. You think God is going to forget this? Because these aren't just some regular worships, folks. These are fallen deities that lead to the total destruction of a people. And this is why the other nations cleave to these gods and goddesses under these false religions. They cleave to them because why? When the children of Israel fall to these deities give them power to rule over us as masters. It's about power in these religions. They wouldn't be worshiping if their religion and the gods they serve didn't give them power over us. Okay, so they're not worshiping something just as a way of life or just a belief system. No. Their governments is attached to their religions. They understand with that religion, there's a source of power that's given them over the children of Israel. The only thing they would need to do is to convince us to serve their gods. Read the next verse.
Yes, sir, 22. So that the Lord can no longer bear because the evil of your doings and because of the abominations which ye have committed, therefore is your land a desolation and an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant, as at this day.
Because you worship the fallen, evil, wicked Madonna, you and your family, the men, women, and children, will go into exile. The land of Israel will become desolate of its children, to a degree where two strangers will be fighting over the land while you're scattered, not even realizing you are the people. So, of course, every place the Romans would go, they'll set up the Madonna. Why? Because this is what led to our fall. See, but that wasn't enough for them, Elder Lawyer. Why? Because when we start to figure this out, we would put down the image of the Madonna, right? But we'll keep the ideology, we'll keep the religion, the pagan, satanic, Jesuit, Christian religion that came with the image, not realizing that it's a cult, right? Heilbronn timeline of art history, the cult of the Virgin Mary in the Middle Ages. See how they twist things upside down? When you learn the truth about this so-called virgin, which is only a satanic symbol that leads to woman empowerment and the destruction of men, when you realize what it is, you call it a cult. I mean, they'll call you a cult when they were known as the cult. Huh? So let's break it down. Let's break it down, Elder Lawyer. So they realized that eventually our people would figure out that that old virgin thing and everything they taught about that is a lie. They would realize it was a secret cult that was worshipped amongst the pagans under Mithraism. And folks, they could only bring this lie out in full view only after our people lost Jerusalem. We fought against this ideology because we understood in the Hebrew and in the Greek, virgin has a different definition opposed to what they're teaching. What they're teaching is about the Queen Mother of Heaven, which is an evil deity that they have cloaked under the name of Mary and or Christ. And guess what? You know what? They don't even hide it. Look. Coronation of the Virgin, Queen of Heaven and Earth, venerated in the Catholic Church. Venerated. Now, Christ didn't have nothing to do with the Catholic Church. Let's make this clear. Venerated in the Catholic Church. This is the same symbol of woman empowerment that destroyed the men and led to our fall as a people. Why? Why is this ideology so destructive? Even when you go to Jeremiah 10, there's an idol that's connected to those who are under her vibration, which is a tree. That tree has become an idol that everyone is paying for right now, not realizing you're bringing a spirit in your home. But I'm not here strictly, Elder Lawyer, to talk about that. Right? Let's go way back because I have a book that was drafted that comes from some extra biblical text, Elder Lawyer, from the 1800s. Right? And I'm going to just take a few excerpts out of this. Right? I wanted to go over this last week. Sabbath, Lawyer, but I was out of time. Really didn't have no time to dive into it. So I'm going to just bring this all together when it comes to the Madonna. Right? What is the true spirit behind it? The book of Adam and Eve, and I also downloaded this from the same, I have an account with certain universities and all that I utilize for the academy, but I wanted to show this piece out here. I'm going to be using this also in Tracing the Serpent Seed, week 2 in the academy. Okay? But let me talk about this. The book of Adam and Eve and the conflict of Adam and Eve with Satan, right? Now, this is where I'm going to go in particular, right? Let me show you here, right? The book of Adam and Eve, also called the conflict of Adam and Eve with Eve, right? Now, there's a few pages I wanted to touch on. Let me go to 107 first. 107 first, where it talks about the 15th apparition of Satan. Now, keep in mind, the Bible says that Satan himself, no marvel, that Satan himself appears as an angel of light, right? So when you go back to the fall of Adam and Eve in this literature, it talks about all the times Satan appeared in order to take the dominion. His whole objective was to take the dominion from men, right? Because there's no opposition of his power that lies amongst the feminine. Let me make that clear. I'm shaping this out for you. Satan's whole objective, okay? Job 9:24, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So his objective was to take the power from man, because man was made to have dominion. The dominion he desires, which is what? The prince of darkness. We are the leaders of this earth, and the only way he gains power is through what we relegate to him through sin. The woman isn't a threat to him, because when man was shaped out of the ground, we threaten his dominion down here. Woman was taken from man. So he never deemed the woman a threat. Satan cannot be destroyed from the feminine, because a woman wasn't made for dominion. She was made as a helpmeet. So he would need to get man to bow and to fall under the woman. And through her being weaponized against him, Satan rules. That was the plan. Hear me and hear me good. I'm going to read a little bit of this. Then Satan, right here, the hater of all good, when he saw Adam thus alone, fasting and praying. This is after 40 days and 40 nights. As a matter of fact, let me go up here before that. No, I'm going to go straight here. Then Satan, the hater of all good, when he saw Adam thus alone fasting and praying, appeared unto him in the form of a beautiful woman. Now that was after the fall. Adam and Eve went on a fast. And Satan appeared to Adam. That's right, folks. You want to know about the first trance activity? And while they're bringing that to the forefront within our society again, with this esoteric and occult meaning, the Madonna, even back then. Then Satan, the hater of all good, when he saw Adam thus alone fasting and praying, appeared unto him in the form of a beautiful woman. Let me drop it for you now. To take his power. Who came and stood before him in the night of the 40th day and said unto him, O Adam, from the time you have dwelt in this cave, we have experienced great peace from you, and your prayers have reached to us, and we have been comforted about you. Right? So he came as a celestial because, like I've mentioned many times, the heavens have male and not male, but masculine and feminine celestial beings. Folks, he appeared as a Madonna. But now, O Adam, that thou hast gone over the roof of the cave to sleep, we have had doubts about thee, and a great sorrow has come upon us because of the separation from Eve. Because he told Eve to fast on one side while he fasts on the other side, in hopes that the Most High would let them both back into paradise. Right? Now, let me show you what it says with the next one here. Check it out. Right? Let me show you something. Right? Let me go back here. One other thing I want to show here. One other thing. Because the Most High reprimanded Adam here, right? And says what? Do you think that God would take the form of a woman? Do you think that I would do anything dark and evil? Do you think I would do anything dark and evil and destructive? Listen, check it out. Do you think would God take the form? Listen, would God, right here, let me show you. Would God take the form of a woman? He reprimanded Adam. You think I'm going to take a form of a woman? Is there anyone stronger than God? And can he be overpowered? See then, O Adam, and behold him bound in thy presence in the air. So the Most High bounded that worm, Satan, the god of this world, before Adam and say, listen, this is who was tricking you the whole time. See then, O Adam, and behold him and bound in thy presence in the air, unable to flee away. Therefore I say unto thee, be not afraid of him, henceforth take care and beware of him in whatever he may do to thee. Huh? So in extra biblical text, brothers and sisters, Satan comes in the form, listen, from the beginning, he come in the form that would weaken men. Even in the Matrix, it said, Neo, look again, the woman with the red dress, the Madonna. We're looking for a male presence in the end time that's more powerful than men to take out men. And that was never the plan. Okay? Listen to me. When there's a threat from another man, something happens. Something happens in defense of what we understand a man can do. A man can destroy another man with his own hands. So obviously there's a defense mechanism there that isn't present before women. Listen to what I'm telling you when I go into hit that like button. Don't worship the Madonna. Let me show you something here now. Elder Lawyer, no wonder. Let's go there in Corinthians where it says, no wonder Satan himself appears as an angel of light. And get me Wisdom of Solomon 14, where it talks about the changing of kind. I need both of those. Stick with me here. I need
Right,
both
2
of those.
Corinthians.
Come on.
Yes, sir. 2 Corinthians 11. I'll start at verse number 2 and then jump down. 2 Corinthians 11, verse 2. For I'm jealous over you with a godly jealousy, for I've espoused you to one husband, that I may present you as a chaste virgin to Christ.
That he may present us as a what?
As a chaste virgin to Christ.
As a chaste virgin to Christ. Right? So here, I'm glad you went there first, Elder Lawyer, because it's showing virgin doesn't always mean a person who hasn't had intercourse. For I am jealous over you with a godly jealousy. For I have espoused you to one husband. Christ is that husband. Right? So when we're baptized, that's right, we put on a heavenly garment in preparation for that wedding. It doesn't mean that you aren't in a physical relationship to bring forth family. Right? For I have espoused you, Paul said, to one husband, which is Christ, that I may present you as a chaste virgin to Christ. So it's being presented as if what? You've never fallen to paganism, idolatry, sin. Right? Let's go down.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. But I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through a subtlety, so your mind should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ.
Lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so is it so simplicity that is what?
The simplicity that is in Christ.
That is in Christ. Come on.
Jumping down to 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
So you have your Romans who are Edomites who have transformed themselves into apostles, like you see the Vatican has done, dragging that pagan temple of Jupiter out of the pagan temple and putting it amongst the church, claiming it was Peter. False apostles. So their people transformed themselves into the righteous. Read.
And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light.
And no marvel that what?
For Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light.
That Satan himself has transformed himself into an angel of light. Folks, he can change. It's what they call shape-shifting. And he usually changed either to show forth power to someone who would follow him, like your so-called geniuses or elite, to show them technology and power that would have them be seen as geniuses. Genius, the word genius comes from the word genie. Genie comes from the word jinn, a spirit, where through the occult, these so-called people that are admired as geniuses really get their information and power and knowledge from Satan. So they'll present power to take power from men. And if they can't present power, then they'll present something that can weaken a man. The Madonna. Right? Now let me show you something, right? I'm going to read this because I don't want to give it all away, because some of this stuff I have to teach in the academy. There's other things I want to jump into. But it says here, when the Most High spoke to Adam. Now this literature right here is from the 1800s itself. Then God said his word unto Adam, saying, O Adam, that figure is one that promised thee the Godhead and majesty. He is not favorable disposed towards thee, but shows himself to thee at one time in the form of a woman, another moment by the likeness of an angel, and another occasion in the similitude of a serpent, and to another time in the semblance of a God, an angel. But he does all that only to destroy thy soul. Okay, he's going to come in many forms. It's up to us to recognize when it's him, right? So he told Adam, now therefore, O Adam, understand in thy heart, I have delivered thee many a time from his hands, in order to show thee that I am a merciful God, and that I wish thy good, and that I do not wish your ruin. Right? So I need y'all to check this out real quick now. I need y'all to check this out. I want to show y'all this. Elder Lawyer, if you may,
Yes, sir.
when it comes to to actually revealing themselves with the changing of genders, right? I need you to go to Wisdom of Solomon 14, and I'm going to pull this up for everyone, right? Because Satan used women or the image of women as a proxy to attack men. He's threatened by the power of men. Why? Because the Most High gave man dominion and not women. He cannot lose his dominion to women. So he has to weaponize the woman to keep the man from his power. Right? And by doing so, he have to promise the woman something. And the only thing the woman can desire is the power that comes with what she see in a man. But by doing so, it destables society. See, it's an imbalance. And every society up until this time understood that if you begin to disturb the balance between man and woman, it won't be too long before the fall of that society. And I'm reading on it right now. All of the empires that fell, and it happened the same exact way. Because Satan cannot actually give Eve the power that Adam can give her. And that only comes through femininity. The only thing Satan can promise Eve or the woman is the power she witnessed in men. He can't promise her nothing outside of that because he's the God of this world. And the greatest power comes through men. Why? Because dominion was given to man. So the only thing Satan can do to destabilize the man is to promise the woman what she witnessed as power. See? But if you do so, it comes with consequence. You're destabilizing the universe. And by doing so, something is coming into our realm to destabilize the society. Listen to and it's the worship of the Madonna. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
So with this Mary garbage they have out there, that comes with an ideology that's destructive. Okay? I need you now, Elder Lawyer, to go to Wisdom of Solomon 14.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 21.
Okay, let's get there. First, I'm about to say go to 21. You're there already, right? Let's read it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 14, 21.
Yeah.
And this was an occasion to deceive the world.
And this was an occasion to deceive the world. What? Putting up a false image of Christ. But you thought he was going to stop there with that white image? Satan didn't stop there. This was an occasion to deceive the world. Read.
For men serving either calamity or tyranny did ascribe unto stones and stocks the incommunicable name. Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of God.
So not only, hold up, Elder Oya, not only did they put up a false image, they came with a false doctrine that had nothing to do with our forefathers, had nothing to do with the Bible, had nothing to do with Christ. Their whole point in grabbing the Bible or taking hold to a book that didn't belong to them was to philosophize and use it to keep us enslaved through their philosophical view and teachings of it. To teach themselves as the authority and make our people Gentile. They err in the knowledge of God. And this is why anytime you question their practices, right, they have to do what? They have to do verbal gymnastics, because there is no resolving or teaching while other or bringing any type of credibility to why you are missing the seventh day of the week as the Lord's day. That you're celebrating Christmas when we all know it's pagan. This is why they have to use verbal gymnastics when you ask them simple things that the Bible is against. Practices that they're doing right now. They'll look at you like, well, it's in my heart. Well, God ain't dealing with your heart. He gave us the law, not your heart. Moreover, this was not enough for them, read.
That they erred in the knowledge of God, but whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace.
Let's go straight down to what they would do, because they started having these weird occult sacrifices. They did what? They destroyed the image of Christ by putting Romans up to be Christians. And Christ himself, Cesar Borgia, they put up a white criminal to be Christ. And then on top of that, they brought in all the evil secret practices of the Romans and made them what? Traditions to be followed in the Western world. Strange rites, it tell you right here. Secret ceremonies. Let's go down. Let's go down to where it says changing of kind.
Yes, sir. 25.
A matter of fact, read 25 and 26. Read it.
Yes, sir. So that there reigned in all men without exception blood, manslaughter, theft, and the simulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, perjury, disquieting of good men, forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls, changing of kind.
Changing of kind? What?
Changing of kind.
Transgender. It goes straight in the beginning. Right? To begin to disrupt the norm. Have people question the norms. Read.
Disorder in marriages.
Disorder in marriages. Redefining marriage. Read.
Adultery and shameless uncleanness.
Read.
For the worshiping of idols not to be named is the beginning, the cause, and the end of all evil.
The beginning, the cause, and the end of all evil. It's right here. But it cannot happen without what? Without Satan getting access to either the man through his weakness or the woman that seeks power. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you one of the more threatening images that the world powers had to do something about. Why was this such a threat from a world's view? It was the first time since our people were brought over in chattel slavery that we had an international front of men where our women were proud to stand behind us. This is what you call taking back power. And they did it without what? They did it with an image. They did it without without any violence. It was the image that was threatening. And what made this more so a more threatening scenario for them, opposed to Islam, the one they hate most of all was being exalted through the beliefs of these men. These men believed in Christ. Did they believe exactly what we're teaching now? Well, the seals weren't open at that time. But what they represented was strong men who believe in Christ, and eventually the throne would come through and speak to a generation after these men. They weren't worried about Islam. Why weren't they worried about Islam? I'm going to show you why they weren't worried about Islam, for the same reason they opened up the borders for Arabs and set up mosques in our community, not in theirs. Well, let me show you something here. Well, the reason, brothers and sisters, they weren't threatened by Islam is because the Muslims, when you look at the history of Persian mythology before it turned Islam, after Muhammad, well, they were worshiping the woman too. See that? The side of the Kaaba is the shape of a woman's womb. It goes back to getting our people to worship the Madonna. So this didn't threaten them, folks. This religion right here, Esau got full power over this. He's working with Ishmael against us. This didn't threaten them. This did. This did. Without violence, without seeking to harm anyone. They're doing exactly what Christ said to do in Matthew, the 5th chapter. They had a playbook. If they smite you, turn the other cheek. Pray for your enemies. Because now we receive the moral high ground before the world. Right? If we respond through provocation, they can use the response of self-defense to justify coming against us. So you can't become the bastion of righteousness to bring peace around the world, which we know is destruction, if you have an optics of killing your own people, destroying your own people, sicking dogs on your own people, the same people who innocently built the country that have now become a superpower. This was bad optics for America. But let me show you. I got a few more things to show. But they brought in the Madonna. What is the Madonna? It's an ideology. Now, I don't want to talk about Madonna in particular, because usually if you hear the word Madonna, some think of what? A pop icon. But no. I look into why was she put in position as an idol? Well, look over here. American singer, songwriter, and actress Madonna has incorporated in her works abundant references of religious themes of different religions and spiritual practices, including Christianity. She was raised Catholic. We know what Christianity that is. Catholic. That's not the Christianity of Christ. Hinduism, Buddhism, Sufism, right? Kabbalah. That's the craft. Several theologians, sociologists of religion, and other scholars have reviewed her, while Professor Arthur Asperger stated that she has raised many questions about religion. Due to her prominent use, an academic described her as perhaps the first artist of our time to routinely and successfully employ images from many spiritual cultures and multiple religious traditions. Now, what does one have to do with the other when I bring forth Madonna? Well, that's the model society have been using in the programming of women. So this particular model became the blueprint for those we see like Queen Bee. See? Beyonce. It's an ideology, right? Can you pay my automobile? Can you pay my bills? I don't think, right? All these things, right? To the left, to the left. Everything you own in a box to the left. An ideology. And when you think about this, it's an ancient ideology of Satan. Right? To celebrate the degradation and destruction of your protector. I got a few scriptures going to show you how they use the Madonna for the weakness of men in a moment. Who do we have before you? At the same time, the image of Martin Luther King showed forth, and the men that was with him. For the first time, it showed a united front of men with impeccable image, regardless of what you might think about Martin Luther King. The image is what they were afraid of. And this is why every time you look around, when they talk about the civil rights, they talk about this Rustin guy, Rustin. When no, we knew that he wasn't our representation. And this is why he wasn't put in the front, because it would have destroyed the optics of us internationally when it comes to his lifestyle. Okay, I don't deal with none of that revisionist history when it comes to that image of our strong men who believed in Christ. At the same time that we were bringing forth an image, a united front with the belief of Christ, this woman who had clandestine beginnings, some say allegedly letter people or CIA ties, Gloria Steinem. How Gloria Steinem became the world's most famous feminist. So you know what? We have to make the black woman that's standing behind that strong image believe that she's suffering something from her man. See? When we were both powerless in the struggle together coming off those slave ships. So who did they send? Her. I'm going to show you how slick this was. we go for civil rights, right? They finally give us civil rights. And the white woman say, well, hold up, I'm a minority. Based on me becoming marginalized with my own white man. So I'm a minority on the level of black men. Only so that white men can do an end around and have a girlfriend who's now a minority, get minority grants, minority money to start up his business. And what we march for as men are taken away, where they're going to give us any civil rights instead of giving it to us with this image. They say, if we're going to hire a minority, it'll be their women. We're going to create competition, even though under the Moynihan report, it was to make the black man in position where his women aren't ashamed to be behind him. The original plan was to make sure the black man had jobs and what? Prestige as a professional amongst his people like a white man. That was the Moynihan report. They said, no, we need to stop this black man. We can't fund him. So we must divvy up civil rights. And if we give anything, give it to their women and build prison for their sons. Right? Now, where am I going at? Fair use. Lawyer, I want you to hear this, lawyer. I'm going to put it here so you can hear it too.
Yes, sir.
Fair use. Right? Let me give you the name of this. Let me give you all the name of this. I got it up here. I have it up here. One moment. The name of this is In Defense of Witches. In Defense of Witches with Mona Cholette and Gloria Steinem. Fair use. It's actually titled In Defense of Witches. Right? I'm going to let you hear it also, other lawyers. I'm going to put it here so that we all can hear it together, a little bit of it. And look who it start off with.
And your audience is now joining us.
Our audience is now joining us. In Defense of Witches. Gloria Steinem. Who is this, folks? She is the one. Now, I'm not even going to her religion and what she believes. I'm going to let y'all deal with that. She was the one who was known for taking a sister before the world with a black power fist and liberating our black women to make them independent. But in actuality, it was to destroy our women and the man at the same time. Here she is now in defense of witches. That's what it's titled. In Defense of Witches is the title. You can go to YouTube, fair use, and listen to this yourself. She now comes at the end of her life in defense of witches. Was it a craft? Feminism?
Welcome everyone. I'm Sandrine Buteau. I'm the director of Albertine Bookstore, and I'm very pleased to welcome you this afternoon in New York or this evening in Paris for this online conversation between Mona Cholette and Gloria Steinem. Clémentine Golzad will moderate the conversation, and Nicola Elliott will help to translate Mona's words. This is a book published by St. Martin's Press, and the editor, Anna De Vries, is...
Let's get straight to it, all right? I don't got time for all that. We're going straight to it.
Our society's treatment of women has not advanced very far past the days when they were hunted down and killed for being witches.
Y'all heard this? Did you know that the main work of the feminist was aligned with witches? Listen to her talking points. Now, it was King James, folks. Hold up. I got the book right up there. Folks, it was King James who went on a witch hunt. King James was a black man. He went on a witch hunt because the Roman Empire was bringing witches, nurses, and all that, who would become nurses, herbologists, and all that, and had them teaching, try to move them amongst our society to poison our women. The witch hunt happened through Elizabeth, a black woman, as well as, you got it, King James, a black man. Listen.
Thank you, Sandrine. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm grateful for Albertine and the Cultural Embassy for hosting the event, for Clementine for moderating, and of course for Gloria Steinem for graciously giving her time to converse with Mona. I'm going to be short. I just want to say how thrilled I am that US readers will now have a chance to discover Mona and her work, as I did several years ago. At the time, Mona's book was a bestseller in France, and Mona had almost single-handedly restarted a feminist discourse in that country, bringing awareness of inequality and injustice to a new generation. When I read her book, I understood why. Mona has a wonderful ability to illuminate in graceful yet clear prose the ways in which our society's treatment of women has not advanced very far past the days when they were hunted down and killed for being witches. Her thoughtful cultural analysis is fascinating because she discusses familiar US cultural examples, but also European literature and art, creating a rich analysis. I'm very much looking forward to hearing the discussion today. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Clementine to begin.
So, folks, they use the craft. Now, the craft isn't just hocus pocus. It's also the Jedi mind trick using words through victimhood to gain power, claiming to be victim. But they had an objective. We need to grab the power that was actually given or was that we fought for and died for under the civil rights. So we must flood the zone with victims and destroy and infiltrate from the inside. Even though we enslaved you too, we're going to claim to be victims as women. And also initiate your women into our political struggle to kill and destroy your men and sons.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, Gloria. Hi, Mona.
Hi.
Such an honor to be speaking to both of you tonight.
Hey, brothers, I need y'all to look at this. You would think that these were just innocent women, right? You would think, seeing these women walking down the street, walking their dogs at a coffee shop, that these were just regular old good old women. Witches. Celebrating the takedown. Hold up. Not the takedown of their men. Because they can never take down their men. Okay. Understand. Again, for those who missed it, hit the like button. Satan understood that dominion was only given to men. Women don't threaten the power of Satan because it's man's. God gave dominion or the power to take down Satan. He gave that through men. The only thing he could promise a woman is like what he promised Eve, the power she witnessed in Adam. That's the most a woman could achieve in this world, is the power she views in men. That's the only thing Satan could actually offer. Let's go straight to Gloria Steineman. Look it up.
Terms of government, even language, are so much still based on that. So I have to say that I find it continually angering, exciting, engaging, to be part of this, and also to be part of something that's global, because here we are, communicating across the Atlantic. I've just been talking to my friends in India who are, engaged in the same, because I lived there for a couple of years. I mean, this is truly a global movement and a global community.
So you see the Asians and all these Hindus and stuff coming into your neighborhoods? That's reinforcements, folks. It's the craft.
Mona, do you concur?
Yes, and there is a great pleasure to participate in this and to feel the solidarity and to read what.
Folks, these became your professors. These became the teachers of your children while you were at work. These became your nurses. These became your counselors. These became your psychologists, your psychiatrists. These became your babysitters. Look at the state of our boys. Huh? Now, I don't want to stay too far on these witches, and I'm not being facetious. They proudly hold the title themselves. This particular video is titled "In Defense of Witches."
Long centuries of colonialism in Africa and here, it's...
Listen, you don't speak for us, lady. You don't speak for our people in Africa. The people in Africa are the children of Israel who ran from your people.
Its internalization of inferiority is its most lethal result.
So, folks, what are the witches saying? We've received equality over the men we sought to destroy. We've been given power and political status equal to men. You would think that they were satisfied, right? No, they're still complaining. It's not enough. And that's Satan's plan. They'll always complain until there's nothing left. That was Satan's plan. You can apply for any job a man does. You have the police structure in place as a societal military to protect you from anyone who tried to do something to you within any community. The police will automatically come in and rid you of any threat. So you have a defense. You have a military in the city called police. You have the right to apply for any job you would like equal to a man. You have high positions in every level of government, but it still isn't enough. So people might ask, well, Elder Ricard, then what do they want? They want a world without men. Because God gave Adam dominion. That's what they want. And they'll shape any ideology to make the world believe the world would be better off, women in particular, to make women believe the world would be better off without the men who build the infrastructure that women enjoy. So the witches aren't going to be satisfied. Because why? Satan himself have turned into an angel of light. He have used the feminist movement as a conduit to attack and destroy the only one who can expose and destroy him, the man. And I'm going to go one step further. The Israelite man, the children of light. the sons of Seth, the sons of Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 patriarchs. So men have began to understand the current threat. And it's nothing but the Most High that men are now seeing things for what it is. Understand this. Now, men, you have to understand how to move. Men are moving today only to avoid the threat that have been developed within society against him. That's how men are moving now. So that's good. Men recognize that it's a program in place. But there's more you must understand. Satan himself appears as an angel of light. Elder Lawyer, now I need you to real quick, right, if you will. I don't know if you have it in front of you. I need you to pull up the Testament of Reuben. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can you pull that up for me, please?
Absolutely.
Now, I said earlier, especially online with TikTok and all that, the embarrassment that comes with women twerking and all these other things that no one could understand, why we're seeing it more prevalent in our times more so than anything, where it's an over-sexualization of our women. Intentionally, why? What's going on now, and I mentioned it earlier. Nothing else works. When you have done everything you have known to do and isn't getting the outcome you want, the last resort is to expose yourself sexually, because women have run out of answers. That's the last stage in the craft to subdue a man. It's sex. And now that's not even working, which means the Most High is doing something in the earth with men. But it's not going to stop what has already began to run forward. The cause and effect of feminism in of itself has collapsed society, because there's no defense in place for the people who are coming in with the tradition and values of family. That was the only way we could have withstood those. Don't forget, folks, there's no way they could have replaced our community like this. No way. Because what place would they have? Our recreation centers were being used. Our church was being used as meeting places, as political places to actually serve and protect the community. We understood who the enemies were. So there's no way they could have opened up the borders all they wanted. And you know what? They would have been met with resistance. And the resistance would have been what? Traditional family with a strong belief in God, with our men out front. But it's over now. I mentioned earlier, folks. I mentioned this earlier. Let me show you. I'm studying it right now. The collapse of complex societies through Cambridge University. And it goes into all of the societies. And America in the Western world is there. When the woman no longer seek to operate in her nature, it topples society. When a man seek to operate outside of his nature, it topples the society. It happened in every society prior to our current one. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lloyd. Let's get it. The Testament of Reuben, the power of women, that men must understand. And I think men are figuring this out. Go straight there. Go straight to it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The Testament of Reuben, chapter 3. And we'll start at verse number 8.
No, let's start at there's 7 spirits that are appointed against man.
Okay, we'll go to chapter 2.
Yes.
All right, in fact, we'll start in chapter 3, verse 1.
Go on.
Chapter 3, verse 1 of the Testament of Reuben. Besides all these, there is an 8th spirit of sleep, with which is brought about the trance of nature and the image of death. With these spirits are mingled the spirits of error.
The spirits of error, right? Now we're showing you how witches gain power to subdue men, knowing that naturally a woman cannot dominate a man. So the only way a woman can gain dominion is through wiles. And this is why you see an uptick of what? Women becoming witches. They're not getting the outcomes they used to get. So they're looking for the craft to help find a man. So brothers, you're going to understand the tricks of witches. That if a woman wants a man, she's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Because she's not going to get a man, not a good man, through her tricks. Let's get them. Because why? Gloria Steinem and others are really the puppet master over these witches, over the spirit of what we call the Madonna. This is the model that came directly from those witches. If they can't get their outcome one way, they'll use another way. Well, our God gave the patriarchs the insight on these witches and warned the men. Right? Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses. The second, the spirit of insatiableness in the belly. Third, the spirit of fighting in the liver and gall. The fourth is the spirit of obsequiousness and chicanery, that through officious attention one may be fair in seeming.
Hold up, Elder Lawyer. Let me pull you in through here real quick, because I want to break this down before I go into the phone calls. Right? 1 second. All right. 1 second. Let me do it this way. Right? I want this to be heard. Okay. Clearly, so that everyone can understand what's being read here. All right, say something, Elder Lawyer.
All right, testing. Mic check 1 2.
Okay, that's
Test,
good.
test.
That's good, because there's already a small echo there, and what I have here only made it worse. So this
Okay.
You're better now, and it's fine. Right? Okay, let's jump right back into it. Right? Let's read it.
All right, when we're in chapter 3, verse 3 of the Testament of Reuben. First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses.
First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses. Read.
The second, the spirit of insatiableness in the belly.
So the spirit of insatiableness, not having enough, is in the belly of a man. Read.
The spirit of fighting. The third, the spirit of fighting in the liver and gall.
Read.
The fourth is the spirit of obsequiousness and chicanery.
Read.
That through officious attention one may be fair in seeming.
Read.
The fifth is the spirit of pride, that one may be boastful and arrogant. The sixth is the spirit of lying, in perdition and jealousy, to practice deceits and concealments from kindred and friends.
So these are the areas Satan can come in to utilize a male or female, a man or woman. If you have pride, he can come in. Whatever you're doing, he can come in depending on what? Depending on the individual, right? Now, in particular, Elder Lawyer, let's go straight to the desire.
I think that's verse 7. And with all these spirits, the spirit of sleep is joined with that, which is that of error and fantasy.
And what?
Error and fantasy.
Where are you? I don't see that.
Chapter 3, verse number 7.
I'm in 3. And then it says, the 7th is the spirit of injustice. That's what I have here.
Okay, I'm in verse 7.
Okay. Go on. Hold up. I have verse 7 right here.
Okay. What does it say?
It says the 4th, let me go. The 4th is the spirit of obsequiousness and chicanery, and through officious affections one may be fair in seeming. The 5th is the spirit of pride.
Yep, we read that.
The spirit of pride, that one may be boastful and arrogant. The 6th is the spirit of lying, the perdition of jealousy, to practice deceits and concealments from kindred friends. Hold on. The 7th is the spirit of injustice. That's what you have?
Yep, I have that. That's verse 6.
Right? Keep on going after injustice.
Yep. So it says, with which are thefts and the acts of rapacity, that a man may fulfill the desire of his heart, for injustice worketh together with the other spirits by the taking of gifts.
Read.
Verse 7. And with all these the spirit of sleep is joined, which is that of error and fantasy.
That of error and fantasy. This is the delusion that's destroying the current generation. Online and others have allowed people to live in a fantasy outside of the real world. Let me show you. So if you're not getting the outcome you want in the real world, you go online to be whoever you would like to be. Let me show you now. That's the fantasy. And within the fantasy, you go back into the real world with these fantasiful expectations. When the attention and everything online really doesn't exist. How do you know? Because the outcome in the real world isn't translating from the attention you're receiving in the cyber world. And that's frustrating many people, especially the women. How can I get all this attention online and all these other things? But in the real world, that attention really doesn't exist. Not in number as it's not as I would say regular. Okay, as you would find walking out the door. You can put up a picture online, Elder Lawyer, or whatever the case is. A woman can put up a picture online and get 1,000 likes in a couple of minutes. That's fantasy. But walk down the street and probably only 1 or 2 people in a day will even look or say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now check this out. This is where we have come to. This is Reuben speaking, right? And so, Elder, go ahead.
Yes, sir. And so perisheth every young man, darkening his mind from the truth, and not understanding the law of God, nor obeying the admonitions of his fathers.
It says, and not obeying the law of God, warning men, and not obeying the admonitions of his fathers, the correction. Looking at where the correction would come through your fathers, even like Reuben, using his own mistakes as an example so too not to have his son fall to the same sin. Right? Now check it out. Read.
As befell me also in my youth. And now, my children, love the truth, and it will preserve you. Hear ye the words of Reuben your father. Pay no heed to the face of a woman.
Read that again.
Pay no heed to the face of a woman.
Pay no heed to the face of a woman. What is this telling you? You can appreciate a woman's beauty, but you have to weigh it all. Because you're weighing what you're seeing against the mission the Most High has in you. Right? Because there's many out there who are seeking, like the serpent was from the beginning, turn into a Madonna to do what? To take the power from man. Well, she cannot physically do so. So she must use what she got to get what she wants. Listen to what it's showing you here, right? Pay no heed to the face of a woman. Read.
Nor associate with another man's wife.
Read. When it says associate, it means just that.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Nor meddle with affairs of womankind.
Do not go into women conversation and women spaces like these so-called guys from the letter people that have these rumor mills. Oh, girl, and what's going on? Is you and Mickey working out? Men ain't supposed to be up in some woman's conversation with rumor.
Mm-hmm. Right. Men ain't supposed to be dealing with tea and all this other stuff they be talking about.
Talking about, let me drop the tea, girl. Dude, what are you doing dropping tea with women?
Right.
Okay? You just need to be getting on with building something. Men stuff.
Right.
Because I'm going to tell you why, though. Because this is how these particular men gain power to attack the men that they cannot overthrow otherwise in fear.
Mm-hmm.
So this is their connection with the women. Because now they can now influence the woman to do what they cannot do, take down a man. These are men who are threatened by real men. So this is why they connect with women. It's not that they are jealous of women and want to be like a woman. Nah, it's a conduit. Through a woman, they can get to that man and do something because they fear the strength of man, and now use the strength of that woman for herself, like Satan tried to do in the beginning, and or get access to her children. This is Reuben's message. Stay out of women's spaces, okay? Mm-hmm. Because you don't want to be in the conversation where women are talking anyway. It's going to frustrate you. Women can talk in code and know exactly what they're saying, as if they're using telepathy, and you're trying to logically make it out and trying to correct things, and they're just talking in feelings. That's no place for a man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You're going to offend someone trying to put it together. No, y'all go ahead. I'm not even in it. Right? Stay out of women's spaces. Men. Right? Don't try to make sense of it. They know what they're talking about. You just got to make sure somebody not in the circle, seeking to topple your home. That's when you ear hustle and get somebody out of here. But outside of that, when trusted women are talking, hey, allow them to have their space. Right? Come on, let's go.
Verse 11. For had I not seen Bilhah bathing in a covered place,
I had not fallen into this great iniquity.
So,
For my mind taking in the thought of the woman's nakedness suffered me not to sleep until I had wrought the abominable thing.
So the whole thing is how Reuben got caught up. One day he was drunk and he was walking around while his father was asleep and noticed his father's wife, who was once his handmaid or servant or concubine. He noticed she was bathing. And from that day, Reuben could not get the sight of her beauty and how her body looked out of his mind. So he says, I had not fallen into great iniquity, read. For my
I had
mind
not fallen into great iniquity. For my mind taking in the thought of the woman's nakedness suffered me.
So he took in the view. He could not get that view out of his mind after seeing her bathing. He couldn't even sleep until I what?
Until I had wrought the abominable thing.
Until I end up violating my father by dealing with his wife. This is why Reuben lost the inheritance of the firstborn. Now, this is something that men don't know, right? Let's go down where it tell you that the spirit of relations are more so on women than men. They flipped it and made us believe that it's the man that's always thinking of relations. That's not so. That's a lie from the pits of hell. That's deceit. It's really the reverse. It's really the reverse. Okay? And the reason why it's the reverse is because women go through things with their body at a time of ovulation and all that, where the desires come on more so strictly through biology. The need to bring forth children. So that's another lie that's out there, that men think about relations more than women. It's in the scriptures. It's the other way around. I'm sorry, sisters out there. I'm just letting it out because most women, from the optics, are more so the pure ones. Okay? From the optics. And no woman wants to be seen as thinking of that, and that's understood so. But the way it is, women have more desire towards relation than men. I'm going to show you. Let's read it.
Chapter 5, verse 1.
Let me get down there. 5, verse 1. Reuben is going to say it. Now, it's talking about why. Now, listen to this. I don't want no one to think that Reuben is calling all women evil. What Reuben is dealing with is the fact that the woman took hold of the fruit first. And because of that, her desires are manifold when it comes to emotion compared to the man. When it comes to feelings, when it comes to everything, right? So I don't want you to get twisted when Reuben states this. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Chapter 5, verse 1. For evil are women, my children, and since they have no power or strength over man.
Since they have no power or strength over a man. Read.
They use wiles by outward attractions.
Since they cannot knock you over the head through brute force and bring you home, they use outward attractions. They use sexual attraction. See? So they have what? They have a bullet point. They have a list of what they did growing up to attract a man. And they use these things. Oh, this doesn't work, maybe this will work. This don't work, maybe that will work. And this is why we have an overt showing of women over sexualizing themselves, because they're trying everything and nothing is no longer working. Not like it used to be, because a lot of men have wised up that the system have put something in place that if what? That if a man deal with a woman, it comes with serious consequences based on the laws the feminists, along with the government, put in place against men. And it wasn't until our current time men started waking up to it. So now men are dealing with scenarios logically, right? Who wants to get arrested? Right? Who wants to be cuffed to a situation that eventually that will lead to what? Your name becoming mud. Who want to work all your life for something at the end of it where someone can make an accusation with the government and lawyers who are against you anyway to take everything you've worked for? Right? So men have began to wise up. So Reuben says, what? That because they can't take you, because they can't physically take a man they want, if they could, they would. They must use what?
They use wiles by outward attraction.
By outward attractions. So they do everything to dress up to lure a man in to say hello. That's what they use. And there's nothing wrong. People love beautiful women. They love attractive women. Okay. But then let me tell you, it becomes so saturated, right? Where there's no uniqueness anymore, to where men aren't approaching. Right? So you do all this stuff and you do all the stuff you used to do and it's nothing, right? Because men have begun to see how Satan have stacked the deck of society against man to take dominion. Now, this is not talking about all women, not the women of Sarah. It's talking about women who just use their physical appearance to get what they want. Read.
That they may draw him to themselves.
Read.
Verse 2. In whom they cannot bewitch by outward attractions, him they overcome by craft.
And those that they can't use their outward appearance, they get their hair together and their body together, and men still aren't approaching. They turn to what? Witchcraft. They turn to witchcraft. Yeah. I need to manifest my man. Manifest. When they can't get a man one way, they turn to astrology. They turn to what you would call African spiritualism. They become Buddhists. They go join a yoga class. Where they can over-sexualize themselves under the guise of just wearing exercise pants. And at the same time, making poses to the gods you hope can guide you to a mate. Read.
Verse 3. For moreover concerning them, the angel of the Lord told me
Hold up, Elder Lawyer. We're going to slow walk this.
Mm-hmm.
Because Reuben was fasting and wanted to know why he couldn't overcome that scenario with Bilhah. So he said, the angel of the Lord told me. So an angel had to tell him the nature that came through that sin of Adam and Eve, that insatiable nature that overtakes a man. So the angel came to Reuben and taught him what?
that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication.
Read it again.
That women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men.
That women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men. Women enjoy relations more than men. Okay? Now, of course, from the outside, they're the more innocent when it comes to the outside view of it, and that's fine. But there's a reason why there's so many people on this earth. Okay? Let's just speak honest here. And they flipped it and made everyone believe that it was the man he's the incel. He's always after something. He's doing this and doing that. No. Women have thoughts too. So it says, be careful. Because why? In a capitalistic society, listen to me clearly, fellas. In a capitalistic society, it has now become blood sport. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. In a capitalistic society, when it comes to men who are earning, you would have women in the world who will do anything to get to a man, even if it means stepping on another woman to get to him for the sake of self-preservation. That's where we are. And this is why we're in a society that has become this catty when it comes to the dispute, even amongst women. With resources drying up. Right? So the only way a woman, a daughter of Zion, can actually overjump all that and get a man after the man's heart is to become contrary to the norm. She must become contrary to the witchery, the outward appearance. Now, modesty will set a woman apart from the rest to let that man know, not all the time, but the majority of the time, that at least I can give this a shot based on her being entirely different than the rest. Now, hey, is that a guarantee? Well, no. But every woman is making themselves so much the same. It's a woman who does the contrary that stands out now, not the one with all of the outward appearance anymore. Men aren't approaching those women to get a wife. They're just not. Now, the woman have to look at this and say, well, okay, everything is true. Well, how can I gain something in this situation, understanding that women have given me a bad image. They done saturated the market with lashes and this, that, and the other. What are men looking for then? Great question. Something different. Okay. Something that the Most High intended from the beginning. Modesty, humility. Check this out, women. Vulnerability. A man must feel useful. And if you're not vulnerable, there is no damsel in distress. You have to swallow your pride and say, listen, I need Adam. Let's get back to this, Elder Lloyd, before we open up the calls, 'cause I'm sure they're going to want to talk tonight. All right? It says right here, right, that the woman is overcome by the thoughts of relations more than men. And in their heart, Elder Lawyer, let's read.
And in their heart, they plot against men.
And in their heart, they plot against men. So women are intentional when it comes to seeking someone they're attracted to. They'll put themselves in position to be found while pretending the whole time I just happen to be here. They're more intentional. Read.
And in their heart they plot against men, and by means of their adornment they deceive first their minds.
So with their adornment, what they have on is to capture a man's mind. Okay? Right now he's focused on her and no other woman in there based on the outward appearance. Okay? That's the first win for her, right? Read.
And by the glance of the eye, instill the poison.
And by the glance of the eye, she instill that poison. Okay, it's that eye connection. And guess what? When it says instill the poison, it's what? It makes it where there's a vulnerability in that man. Because many of these things I'm talking about has happened between a man and woman, and the relationship worked out fine. Marriage, children, all of that. Well, he talks about the first time he's seen her and all that. So this is not saying that this is an evil thing in of itself. It's saying that a man have to understand. You have to understand the difference. Right? And how does a man set the table straight? He set the table straight by actually conveying to her not only his intentions, but what his purpose is on earth with God, and whether or not she's willing to follow that. Right? So he's letting her know right now. Yeah, the attraction is there and all that, going out, courting, whatever the case is, but it got to be rolled out. I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Easter. I don't go to Sunday worship. That's worshiping the Madonna. I don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. I follow the commandments, and I'm seeking a helpmeet that's going to get on board with my program. Okay? You're on my program, not the other way around. Right? Let's read that last piece of the lawyer.
Yes, sir. It says, and by the means of their adornment, they deceive first the minds, and by the glance of the eye, instill the poison.
And by the glance of the eye, instill the poison. Like I told you, brothers and sisters, a lot of it isn't working anymore, right? Why? Because a woman's power was once her outward appearance. But the more and more she adorned herself, the more it desensitized the man concerning what's really attractive. So then, if it isn't working with what I was born with, what we see out here is these crazy BBLs and all these others, okay, let me put that on. Let me put my behind on top of a behind and see, it's not working. Then the eyelids. It says through the eyelids. Let me put on eyelashes that hit the door 10 seconds before I do. Surely he'll see my eyes. It isn't working. Something is different with men. To the point where now women are compounding what used to attract men. I thought it was my derriere. I got more and still nothing is happening. I thought it was my eyelashes and my face. You got to see my face with these lashes. And men are looking at it and saying, this is insane. It has gone too far. It has gone. That's what men are saying in response to why relationships aren't happening anymore. Men aren't saying anything. What they're telling you by their absence. Okay? Not just their absence. They don't have a propensity to pursue. What men are saying now in particular, and I talk to my sons and all these others, men are saying it has gone too far in the worship of the Madonna. You've made yourself into an idol. Men no longer feel a need to serve. So now it comes around where what? It's time to break down. The Most High does this to men too. Men try to do it one way and it's not working. It's the Most High breaking them down and saying, listen, we have to come contrite. Right? You look at the prophets, look at them of old. He says what? Rent your clothes and put ashes on your head. Humble yourself. Be contrite and humble yourself before the God who made you. I want to see you humble before the throne before I reward you with anything. And he does this to men and he does this to women. You have to start from the beginning. You have to become contrite. You have to humble yourself before the throne and say, listen, if I'm good enough for the Most High and accept who I am, how the Most High made me, I know that he's going to send that man who'll appreciate me just the way I am. And do not, sisters, do not deal with the peer pressure of the other women who have separated themselves from the throne. You are not supposed to envy the wicked. And so what they'll do is other women will shame you into putting on and doing what they're doing. Understand this. So to make it where men will only have the choices and outcomes based on the saturation. This is how she get on par with you equally. So she'll shame you so that if a man run into you, he won't know the difference and it will give her an equal shot. No. Don't let women shame you. Hey, what's your hair? Look at your edges. You need to do something. Don't let them do anything like that. Like, nah, I'm doing something different. There's men out here who like regular old edges the way Thelma had on Good Times. Okay? Right? Let's read that last piece.
Yes, sir. And by the glance of the eye instill the poison, and then through the accomplished act, they take them captive.
Read.
For a woman cannot force a man openly.
For a woman cannot force a man openly. This was given to Reuben. Right? Read.
For a woman cannot force a man openly, but by a harlot's bearing she beguiles him.
Read.
Flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind.
And make sure you tell your wives and your daughters. Now, of course, it's okay to put a little makeup on and all these other things that are just, modest. But when someone see you, they are to know that they're looking at you. Women have always dialed themselves up a little bit, but not to the point where someone is actually seeing another person. Okay? That sculptor in the face through makeup and all that. This is how men have come in with wigs and messed up the game. Okay? I'm telling y'all how it happened. The face contouring and all that is where men started saying, you know what, I can do that too. So now, if women just, whatever their natural face, how it looks, as long as they keep that intact and put a little something on, that's fine. So that men cannot creep in, the changing of kind, and now mess it up, okay, by now disguising themselves as you. Right? They adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind. Read. Now, why did the Most High put these restrictions in and told Reuben, the angel told Reuben to convey this to his sons? Why? Because here's the reality, and the Bible teaches this. Outside of a man who knows the truth of the Most High, a woman is the most powerful being on earth. Now listen to what I just said. Outside a man who knows the truth of the Most High, a woman with no knowledge at all concerning the truth is more powerful than every other man. That means a woman without any education, without going to school, because men don't care about that. But if she's born with the right look, automatically she can sit amongst kings. A man have to work to sit amongst kings. Not a good-looking woman. Okay? And this is why the Most High put these restrictions in, because women are born naturally with that power without doing anything to get it. So restrictions had to be put in place. Right? So this is why they set this thing forth through propaganda in the worship of the Madonna. They've turned through programming and feminism the women we see every day. Not those, I'm not talking about the people who's seeking to serve the Most High and the good women who are seeking to follow Mama Sarah. I'm talking about the norm. The majority of women, it doesn't matter the race, have become images of the goddess. Right? Let's finish this out, Elder Lawyer, and then we'll open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind.
It says, make sure your women don't what? Make sure you command them, you tell them. Don't adore your heads and faces to the point where you're deceiving people's minds. Putting on an alter ego that's under the guise of the word confidence. It isn't confidence. It's a spirit you have taken on. Now, Elder Lawyer, one more thing. What spirit? I talked about earlier, Elder Lawyer, the spirit of the goddess that they bring over from East India. What her name? Kali. But there's another goddess. Meet Eris, the goddess behind the force of Marion Williamson. This thing just insulated amongst black women. Look at this. And it has an apple representing the fruit with the hand. The hand, it's her giving the fruit to destroy Adam, right? An ideology. So it talks about this politician who've made herself up in the ranks politically to oppose men of authority. Speaking of a politician right now. So this feminist, look at this witch here. This feminist is talking about embracing the meta goddess and talks about this woman who's running, who's politically placing herself in position. Her name is Mary Williamson, running for presidency. But most people wouldn't know who this is. Who is this? Folks, you can't make this up. Who is this heiress? Well, check out who this heiress is, Elder Lawyer. That feminist upholds and celebrate when other women of power take on that spirit. Check this out. Look at this, Elder Lawyer. You can't make this up. Who is Eris? Eris is what, Elder Lawyer? Look. Eris is the Greek goddess. Hold on. Let me show you. Eris is the Greek goddess, Elder Lawyer, of strife. Is the Greek goddess of strife and discord. Her Roman equivalent is Discordia, which means the same. Eris, the Greek opposite of Harmonia, which is she is the female representative of Kali under the Hindu. She's the woman who causes discord by doing what? By targeting the man to have him eat the fruit. Chaos in the home. Women are celebrating their witchcraft and the deities they worship in plain sight. And really what they're saying is, we need to destroy men at all costs, which is the ideology of Satan. Anything else, Elder Lawyer?
No, sir.
Let's open up the lines. So men, we are to respect the beauty of a woman according to the Almighty. But according to the word, you cannot fall into the trap. What you must do, right? What you must do, let me get it here. Let me get this. A man of the Most High must set the standard. A man of the Most High out there, you young brothers, you must set the standard, because Satan has used the image of a woman as proxy to destroy. That's right, folks. The only creation on earth that was actually born and created to destroy him, the man. The man. And sisters, hey, based on what's coming down the pipeline, what's being opened, what's coming through the borders, yeah, a man will become a necessity for life outside of water. You best believe that. 515-605-9327. What say you? 515-605-9327. Let's open up the lines. And yes, sir. If the brother Berean want to call in and give me the 12 tribes, you know, within a timely fashion, because he told us that we may be wrong with the 12 tribes, I'm open for that too. 515-605-9327. Let's go to the studio. Elder Lawyer, if you may, can you answer the first call for me, please?
Yes, sir.
My brother. we have Cora. I'm going to let her talk to you until I come back, all right?
Yes, sir.
Sister
All
Cora.
right, shalom.
Shalom, Sister Cora. You there? Sister Cora. A matter of fact, hold on. I made a mistake here because I think I better dial in first. What do you think, Elder William?
Yeah, I think that'll work.
Yeah, I think I better call in 515-605-9327. Don't worship the Madonna.
Radio.
Yeah, let's go.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. Where am I?
Unmuted.
Unmuted. Cora? There she is. Hey, Cora.
Okay, quick question. Hi. You know, I've been in the truth 10 years. Of course, I don't celebrate any pagan holidays, but my granddaughter told me the other day that my great-granddaughter wanted $100 for Christmas. And I told her, I said, well, she had to wait till Purim to get that. She said, well, no, she wants it now.
Hold on, Corey. Can you answer this question, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Or I'll be right back. All right, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I wonder, is it in my best interest to refuse to give anything out at Christmas time and just wait until Purim? Can I, you know, not counting my finances, but anything, should I just refuse to do anything now this month?
Yes, it's in your best interest to do according to your conscience. And obviously, this is something that is against your conscience, I would assume, right?
Right.
So it's best to go with your conscience. Okay. Your conscience is telling you, obviously, you do not celebrate Christmas. Even though the people around you do celebrate Christmas, that's not something that you celebrate. So as much as people would ask for you to respect their wishes and their beliefs, I believe that that same respect should, you know, be reciprocated for your beliefs. So it's not that you don't want to give your, what is it, your granddaughter or your niece?
My great-granddaughter.
Your great-granddaughter. It's not that you don't want to give her the money. You are going to give her the money, but you're going to give it to her according to a time in which obviously you feel more comfortable according to your conscience.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem, Sister Cora.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your call. Shalom. All right. I'm not sure if Elder Ramar is there to bring in more callers or if we're just going to wait till Elder comes back. Not sure exactly how this is going to work, but no one is there to man the calls. I think we have to wait for the Elder. All right. I assume we're waiting.
All right, I'm here, Elder Lawyer. I'm here.
Oh, we got.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. All right. Did we went through that call already, right?
Yes, sir.
Corey, okay. Who we have here now? Is that Andrew?
Yep, this is, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Andrew. Shalom.
Shalom. This is Andrew from New Hampshire.
Talk to me.
And I just have a comment about this topic of feminism. You brought up a really good point about this being socially engineered. Like this was not an accident or organic movement that just came.
Yeah, but I want to say something while you're breaking that down. I'm gonna let you talk. This is not an attack on women. What I want women to be clear on that. Feminism was made to destroy not just the man, but the woman too. Hence the reason why so many women right now are taking psych meds and depression and all these others, because they're coming to the realization that they were lied to through the witchcraft of feminism. So, I can separate the ideology from the people, from the sisters who want to do right, right? So, or the sisters, I can separate the two. And women can put down the ideology and cleave to the Almighty. I want to make that clear, all right? But go on.
Yeah, and I was saying that the how this was not brought about in a natural way, that I was reminded of when in my early 20s, I took some feminist classes at the university.
Yeah.
And yeah, I took them. I was interested in kind of stirring up the class a little bit with my perspective. So it was kind of fun. The teacher, me and her had some good debates, but she was, and the irony of it, she was a married woman who was married to a man, but she was teaching every class I took. She really taught this over what you talked about, the hypersexualized behavior. All the books we read promoted the independent woman, and the whole class was selling that lifestyle of being an independent woman, and that's going to be your best life if you follow this kind of way of this philosophy of life. And what I saw it as, I was always saying, this is going to destroy marriage, which is a big pillar to hold up, a survival tool in society and just in life in general.
Absolutely.
And I found it paradoxical with the teaching of the Bible that, they sell this as freedom, but really you're getting put in bondage when a woman lives outside the purpose that God has designed the woman for. And same with the man.
Yeah.
But true freedom, like the Bible teaches, true freedom has to be living within moral boundaries. And that's why the law and being free, you only can be free within God's law. And that's like what people have a hard time wrapping their minds around, is we think we can easily be sold on this idea of freedom because it's our natural instinct to sin. So we say, oh yeah, this promiscuity and all this lifestyle, being an independent woman, this all seems appealing to our eyes, even though it's not. And then we look at marriage as bondage, but it's just interesting how the Most High works, and
that's
a good shift that you.
Yeah, that's a good point. You have to think about this. Who does it actually benefit? I need you to think about this for a second. The Bible states that Babylon, the great mother of harlots, right? So when you think about the mother of harlots, you more so think of a madam, right? Right? A madam over one big brothel. So who does this benefit? Think about it. If you are a woman who was living in a traditional society and had a propensity to like other women, but yet the whole society was more so geared towards traditional value and the fear of God, then you would have what? You would have a lack of women to choose from for that particular lifestyle. But under feminism, if you can convince women to not like men, then it would saturate society with more choices for the woman who likes a woman. Right? So it doesn't benefit the woman who want to be with a man. It benefits the women out there who like women. So I need to think about this. And it also benefits the man who don't want a wife, who don't fear the Most High, who just want to deal with a lot of women. So it makes it where the world is so saturated with single women that he have his choice with as many women as he want, without the obligation to actually commit to that person. So who benefits from feminism? The evildoers, those who hate God, the Satanist. Women don't benefit from feminism, and not even the women who created it. There's a bunch of white women who are now online speaking regret that they're that their life didn't have the outcome they wanted because they don't have the family that actually brings satisfaction and happiness to a woman. Right? So good point. Thank you, my brother. Bless you. Great points. Oh, man, it's been a long time since I've seen these many calls. Boy, I mean, we breaking the internet tonight, ain't we? Lord, have mercy. Hit the like button. All right? Hit the like button real quick, right? Hit the like button. Help me out here. All right. All right, let's go down the line. TC has a comment and or question. TC. And don't forget, we have an academy coming up. Elder Lawyer, I need you go over some of those topics we discussed earlier. We still in here a little thick for Wednesday night, right? We're up with almost 2,000 people. We were over 2,000 not too long ago, but we thank you for your presence. Do not worship the Madonna. TC, comment, question. Floor is yours.
Okay, so Shalom, first and foremost. My question is actually for Elder Lawyer. I've seen the beautiful growth of this now man that I've been associated with the church for over 10 years. I've seen his growth. His biblical acumen is second to none. And I think of myself because I'm probably, I would venture to say Elder Lawyer is probably mid-30s. I'm probably 10 to 12 years older. But one thing, many things I see a very stoic man. I see a very patient man. I see a very respectful man. I see a very continent man. I could imagine that he probably goes to sleep at 9 o'clock every night. So the reason why this question is for Elder Lawyer is because I think Elder Lawyer is the epitome of what all men should ascribe to be. I know that he's married. I know that he's very forthcoming and very involved in his children's life. And their astuteness is, again, second to none. So this question is for Elder Lawyer because I even think that I can learn something because I came from a generation where we were much more wild, much more free, on many different secular levels, and I'm trying to reel these things in. So I think that the women need to listen and hear what a man like Elder Lawyer has to say. And this is the question I have. What makes your relationship work? What are the responsibilities that you have? What is your, day-to-day schedule without going into absolute, personal situations that women could kind of look more so towards an individual like yourself, who I believe is an absolutely God-fearing man who is underneath the tutelage of another great man, Elder Recall.
Lawyer, you want to answer the question? What are you doing on a daily basis? Elder? Did Lawyer step away? Hold on. Sometime he does that. He probably had to use the bathroom. Hold on, Trent, okay?
Okay.
1 second. I'll tell you what, I'll place you on hold. Don't go anywhere. Soon as Lawyer come back, I'm going to pull you back up to ask that question, answer the question, all right? Because he probably stepped away. He was sitting for 2 hours in the scripture. He's probably, I had to go to the bathroom, whatever the case is, and I came back. So he probably used my cue to go. So hold tight, and I'll bring you right back. You can ask that question, okay? It is a good question. I know most people would like to hear that. So hold tight, and as soon as he come back on, I'll have him answer the question. All right, Trent?
All right, 100. Thank you, Elder.
Thank you, my brother. All right, hold tight. Just hold there. I'm going to make sure I bring you back. All right. I'll hold Trent for a second, and we're going to come back to that. Rachel has a comment. And the brother Berean, if he want to come in and tell us where the 12 tribes of Israel are, I'll be more than happy to help him with that. I know there's some whack doctrine out there that the 12 tribes are in Africa, which is knowledge from the pits of hell, okay? Talking about all 12 tribes are there. Wrong answer. All right, Rachel, you have a comment.
Yes, hi. Hello, elders.
How you doing? Shalom.
Good. I have been following you guys since I've been in the truth since 2020.
Yes.
I've never called in. This is my first time calling in. I guess my comment would be like, So I am not like a feminist woman, right?
Good.
I don't believe in like feminism, and I'm an American, like I'm in America, and my husband is in Jamaica, and I literally anything that is asked of me, I do, right? And I guess my question, I have a comment, but I guess my question would be, because I didn't think I had a question, but I guess my question would be, how to continue to stand, as a woman in the faith, and trying to support, her husband. Like I'm a psalmist, but I'm obedient, right? Like anything he says to me, anything he tells me, I obey. But like I'm in a place where like financially, like I carry everything. Financially, I do everything, but I'm still obedient, right? I don't.
Okay, so let me go there real quick. Let me go there. You say he lives in another country.
Yes, and I'm in the U.S.
How often do you see him?
Every 2 months. Like I literally make it my mission to get on a plane and go to Jamaica every 2 months.
Okay, so why don't you just go to Jamaica and live with your husband?
Because of his family.
Well, there's so many levels to this, okay? And I don't want to offend you in the matter. But all in all,
right.
If you're in another country taking care of a man, there's a lot of dynamics that can be going on that you don't even know about. Okay?
Correct.
And I don't want to put some speculation out there. But if he is
Right.
someplace else and telling you the reason why you need to stay separated and come to Jamaica with your money to support him, something that doesn't pass the smell test.
Right.
Because how many times we see people from other countries got a whole family and everything else and get with an American woman to be funded. I'm not saying that's happening, but there's a great possibility that that's exactly what's going on.
Right. I have a lot of questions and I have a lot of red flags.
But
but
this,
it's like,
but this is what I'm
we've been
saying.
married
But what I'm
years.
saying is, but let me tell you this though. If this is what you want, I'm not going to get in the way of that. If you're agreeable with them and this is the arrangement that you both have come comfortable with and you don't worry about that, then hey. But what I'm saying is you have to think about long term whether or not this is what you want for yourself.
Right. And that's the wisdom that I need because I don't have anybody speaking in my ear concerning it.
The wisdom that you need is to speak to him and say, a woman leaves her father and mother and cleaves to her husband and become one flesh. And
correct.
And you can't have my money without me. So
right.
I don't mind utilizing what I have to help taking care of you, but
right.
But my money can be utilized to invest where I'll know that you are actually doing something to get on your feet to one day provide for both of us. All right.
Agreed.
So you have to think about whether or not you become an ATM machine, and that's something that you have to decide and discuss with him respectfully. But
that's how I feel.
Yeah. So what you have to do at this point is, and I'm sure he knew that this conversation would come around sooner or later, right?
Right.
So the whole thing is you just like any other woman, you have to say, well, the way this relationship, has gone up until this point has run its course. It's time for something more. What more looks like.
Right.
But only you can, but you have to have that discussion with him. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bless you. But that's good that you're humble and you're respectful, but, in turn, he has to respect you, right? So, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Okay, shalom. Hey, lawyer, you there?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Oh, shalom. I don't know. Did you hear what Trent asked?
No, sir.
Well, what he asked in a nutshell is that he've watched your growth since you were a teenager and the fact that you become a great family man and he gave you some, some great accolades and compliments, which I agree. And he was wondering, what is it you do on a daily basis and made it without going through all the whole thing for the sake of time, Trent? What was the last question you had for him? If you can, what was the question of what he does, what he do on a regular basis? Trent, if you can.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can ask that
can you hear me?
question. Just ask the question part that he can answer.
Got you. I'll concise it. Yeah. So essentially, just it's obvious that you're a very stoic man. You've been underneath the tutelage of Elder Recall from a very young age, which has probably mitigated a lot of relational issues because you learned early underneath the tutelage of Elder Recall. I made a lot of mistakes. I'm about 10 to 12 years older than you, and I can see that you're extremely respectful. Know the scriptures. It's obvious that your children are at a higher capacity learning wise. You're a very patient man. And it's almost kind of like the antithesis of what women have been told to look for in a man. And I think you're probably the idyllic man to look for. And I know you have a successful marriage. So my question is, maybe you can tell the audience as well as myself, because I can learn, what are your day-to-day dealings and what has it been to lead to the success that you have and your patience and your fervor? So that's my question.
Elder Lloyd?
Because I think women should be looking for a man like yourself and not men of the world, if you will.
Elder Lawyer?
Well, yes, that is a very good question. And first and foremost, I try not to, I don't take credit for anything. First and foremost, all praise be to the Most High. And as you mentioned, I have grown up under the tutelage of an Elder Rakar Shiar, which a lot of not just men, young men, people in general, just don't have that opportunity to be able to witness and be under someone with consistent, persistent instruction, almost on pretty much on a regular basis. So that has helped immensely. And so as far as a day-to-day basis, my day-to-day dealings is primarily the work, either personal study, either dealing with day-to-day duties, responsibilities that I have in the work. That's pretty much the course of my day. When it comes to family, obviously, I have a wife who is a believer as well, who is in the faith, in the truth. And that's the start, I believe, of any successful relationship, being on one accord, being of the same mind, building on and being on the same foundation, which is Christ. That's first and foremost. Secondly, my wife, I believe she respects my opinion, even if she may not agree with everything, that all of my opinions and thoughts, at the end of the day, she is willing to say that I trust you enough that I'm going to respect your opinions, even in places where I may not understand or even agree. And that's okay. Women, contrary to what some may believe, they're actually human beings as well, with their own personal thoughts, their own ideas of how things should be. And again, that's fine. So that's to be respected as well. But at the end of the day, she's willing to, respect my opinion and thoughts in certain areas and matters, enough that even if she may not understand, she will, acquiesce. So, that's pretty much it. As far as children, man, I'm still learning. Fatherhood is a new journey. So maybe ask me in 5 years as far as children go, the best course of action. But it's a new experience that I'm navigating and still learning to navigate. Yeah. Even with all the information and all the knowledge, it's you're learning every day on how to navigate fatherhood. So
yeah, the children are homeschooled and he raising chickens. All right, thank you, Trent.
Yes,
Thank you, Trent. I hope he answered your question. All right, Thawada.
Absolutely, 100%. Right. Thank you.
Shalom.
Thawada.
All right, let's go down the line. 954 area code. I already had Rachel. John has a question. And after that, Jaden.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Yawanathan. How are you?
I'm doing good. I know you don't like to veer too much away from the subject of the broadcast.
I don't.
But I wanted to know. Now that I know that a jubilee is consists of 50 years, I wanted to know where did the 50 years initiate? Where did the initial jubilee start from? Was it like after the creation of Adam and Eve, or
It always
was it like
it always existed from the beginning. You got 7 Sabbaths, and then you have another day to round off those 7 Sabbaths. It has always been that way. When in years,
so the first
since the
jubilee
beginning,
initially started
even in the
after
heavens,
the
when you go in,
first Sabbath?
when you go into the book of Enoch, it relates to what was shown to Noah and Moses and others later. Right? So time is calculated from the beginning in Jubilees. And matter of fact, you go to the book of Jubilees, it'll tell you that. Like in the beginning.
That was one.
Yeah.
That was one more question I wanted to get you to clear up real quick. In the book of Jubilees, I was reading where it says, quote for quote, it says, and all the days of the life of Sarah were 127 years. And then it says, that is 2 jubilees and 4 weeks and 1 year. These are the days of the years of the life of Sarah. I was trying to see how could I make that, like, I'm trying to understand how does that add up to 127 years.
Okay, I can easily do that, but understand that right now, it's speaking of the jubilees of years from the time of creation. It's calculating her death from there. So I can show you that, but right now I'm not doing the calculations and numbers today. I don't have jubilees up, and I don't have my board behind me. That's a class question. Are you in the academy?
Not yet. I plan on signing up for my first one.
Okay. Well, the next time I'm going into numbers and all that and have my board in front of me, I can show you how to calculate the time according to Jubilees, using that first as an example. But I don't have it in front of me right now. Okay? In fairness.
All right. Okay.
All right? Thank you, my brother.
That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right.
Muted.
Okay, I muted myself.
Unmuted.
All right. Thank you, my brother. That's all right. Let's go now to Jaden. Shalom, Jaden.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
Yeah, so I had a comment about when you was reading Reuben and how it hit home. So I'm 20, so my generation's pretty wild right now. And I remember a couple years back, I had a problem, and I had to go to the hospital.
Okay.
And it was down in my. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go on.
Oh, it was down in the Jules area, and the first question he asked me before anything was, "When was the last time you relieved yourself?"
Ooh, what?
And I've never done that. So I was.
Hold. It is a family show. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who said what?
So I was talking about how much I was getting to the point where how much lust has, and I wouldn't say ruined my generation, but affected my generation to where.
I know. I ain't talking about the generation. Where do we get to a point where someone is talking about relief? What are you talking about here?
No, so I was saying I had like a medical emergency.
You had a medical emergency. Who's talking to you?
The doctor. And that was the first question he asked me.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, because when he was talking about fornication.
Now, I don't understand why a doctor would be talking to you about something personal. Did it have something to do with your? Either. Did it have anything to do with your injury?
Yes, that's what I'm. Yes.
Okay, all right. So it was something medical that would relate to how he could treat you based on. Okay, all right. Anything else?
So I'm sorry if I. if I've seen anything.
No, that just hit me left field. I mean, what is the last thing I thought I would hear on them?
My question was, since I'm about to go to Germany, and I'm really not. It's a big time difference in the area, and I was seeing if there was any churches in that area or in that region where I could continue to learn more.
Yeah, I think we have people in close there. I know we have a church in the Netherlands.
Well, I'm not going to be there long, but I'm going to be there for about a month. I currently live in Atlanta.
Okay, all right. Well, are you in the church over in Atlanta?
No, not yet. My grandma, she keeps taking me to Sunday church, but it's not really. I'm not getting what I need there.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Would you like to congregate with the Atlanta church?
I would. I used to in Virginia, but that was a while back.
Okay. I think you need to get another hospital too. Hold on. 1 second. I know they wild down in Atlanta, but Lord, the
3 different hospitals.
The doctors too.
Doctors, surgeons.
Lord, in the morning time. Hold on. You talking about? Let's see. All right, Jaden. I'm gonna have him call you. Okay, I'm gonna have him call you. You can congregate. I have Bishop Baruch who will reach out to you. And get some congregating going on and some prayer with you. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, my brother. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I was blindsided on that one. Hey, I don't know if you heard that, other lawyer. Hopefully you went to the bathroom again. You went. Man, you never know what you're gonna find on these calls. I'm trying to navigate through.
Yeah.
You got your doctors coming in there with, snapping his gloves on, operating uncomely, outside of the Most High's word, asking questions. All right, let me 607. Don't worship the Madonna. Here's the topic. I'm trying to get this thing back on course. Kenneth has a comment. Yes. Berean.
Shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Berean. We were waiting for your phone call, Berean, to let us know who the 12 tribes are. Where you at? Witness Protection Program? Yes, Ken. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Elder Ricard. How are you?
I am blessed by the Almighty. Do me a favor. Just back up from the phone a little bit. A lot of breathing happening there. Back up just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Is that better?
That's excellent.
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you for asking. I wasn't originally going to call in tonight. I wanted to let everybody else have a chance to speak, but what you were saying about that goddess, so-called goddess Eris.
Yes.
It sparked some memories of mine that I had from growing up playing a specific video game called Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
And I wanted to bring that to your attention because within that video game, it's titled Final Fantasy, which you touched on in the Testament of Reuben, a spirit of fantasy. And in that game, they drop a lot of different stuff. One of the characters in the game, her name is Eris. And she meets the main character, whose name is Cloud Strife.
Okay.
And you said that Eris was the name, the goddess of causing strife.
Yes.
And in the video game, the main premise of the story is a entity falls from outer space, and they start using that entity to start injecting soldiers with the genetics of that entity and creating super soldiers.
Now that's interesting. I mean, I'll start to pause I didn't know where you were going with the fantasy thing after these last few phone calls, but I feel safe right now. I'm like, okay. I'm like, listen, we're going to dim lights around here? Good. I feel good now. So what you're saying is this goddess Eris would come to Earth and inject men with something that would become super soldiers to be utilized at the end for. That's deep in of itself.
Yeah, Eris is one of the names of the characters of the people they called the Ancients. And one of the people that essentially originally fell. And the main ancient or person that fell originally, which they use as like the test subject 0. Get this, Elder. The name of that test subject is called Genova.
Look at that. That's deep in of itself, because I was showing how they were celebrating this woman by the name of Eris the goddess. I mean, by the name of Mariam Williamson, who's running for president. I don't know if they're speaking in code. Meet Eris the goddess behind the force. Knowing that this woman under Greek mythology is utilized to utterly destroy the men within society and cause chaos. Who want that as president? Especially after Biden and Kamala. Right? So I need you to think about this. Right? And this goddess, right? You know, a lot of them deal with these deities, right? These, like we're talking about. They worship and do sacrifice, a lot of them, to these things under these secret societies and all. But it tell you that she's the goddess of strife and discord. Her Roman equivalent of discordia, which means the same, opposite of harmonia. And imagine how they targeting our sisters, and people wonder why our sisters are, as they claim, not agreeable, this, that, and the other, not realizing they're being attacked with the spirit, or being programmed to walk in the spirit of Eris. The sick goddess running around looking to abuse men. Okay. And one thing about this spirit of discordia, there's some information out concerning the high rates when it comes to DV amongst women who are I don't know how it's possible, but are married to other women. How there's an uptick in fisticuffs going down. You know, when it comes to when the police come, you know what I mean? It's a free for all, and he don't know who to take. He don't know who's right or wrong, because usually you can side with the woman and move the man out. But I heard there's an uptick in DV and violence amongst women, and I believe it's because of this spirit that have been let loose between Kelly and Eris. Is an ideology of the goddess that have now destroyed society, and it's now seeping into the children, and man, it's a hot mess. There's no way America will be retrieved. What say you? Last word.
Yes, sir. It's all connected, as you continually show us through the spirit. It's really a humbling experience to see all of the stuff that I grew up playing, these video games, you know, and I'll yield with this, Elder.
Yeah.
1 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 11. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Exactly. Thank you, my brother. Bless you. Good, great point.
You too, Elder.
All right. Going down the line.
Muted.
Going down the line
Unmuted.
now that I'm okay. Thank you, Ken. May the Most High bless you. Bless all of you. I And we do have a new Hebrew Bible Academy coming this January 7th. You don't want to miss it. Elder Lawyer, if you can run down some of the topics before I end it with a few calls.
Yes, sir. Again, we have a new Hebrew Bible Academy coming up January 7th. Some of the new lessons we're going to be covering consist of UFOs in the Bible.
UFOs in the Bible. We're going to look at that again. Go on.
The Jewish relationship with the tribe of Judah.
The historical Jewish relationship with the tribe of Judah. First time taught in the academy. You want to be there to hear that particular lesson. Go on.
Roundtable discussion on the purpose of man and woman.
And we're going to have some special guests come in for that roundtable. And I'm going to try to get them in. I'm going to talk about that in advance. It's a different roundtable, and it's going to be resounding. And I hope, we can come to some level of resolve and stop fighting one another. We're on the same team. Well, at least I thought we were. What's next?
Breakdown of the 24 elders.
We're going to go into the heavenly realm, breaking down the celestial hierarchy according to what? According to what's in the scriptures, in extra biblical text, and really specifically honing in on who are the 24 elders before the throne. You don't want to miss that. What's next?
The prophecies of Daniel and the secrets of time.
The prophecies of Daniel, as we're going into the 70 weeks of Daniel, breaking down the secrets of time and the secrets of time, how to calculate time according to the heavens, because the Romans 7:25, they thought to change time and laws. Well, the Most High, he gave us the calendar so that we can straighten all of this out. Okay. And we're dealing with the 70 weeks of Daniel, taught like you've never seen before. The seals have been broken and the truth is here. There's nothing you can't get from that Bible today. Okay. There's nothing. Everything is open to learn if you're willing to yield your spirit to the obedience of the Almighty and open yourself to understand that we've been lied to. Okay, so we're going to go back into Daniel, break the whole thing down. When it comes to these Christian theorists and all these others, throw it to the side. Jesuits, Catholics, and all of that, throw that to the side. Get what we're teaching you. They don't teach what we're teaching, even in a theologian school. And you as a student learning this word, I can guarantee you there's no theologian school anywhere, students from it, that could actually contend with what you're learning. Right? What's next, Elder Lawyer?
Last but not least, we have walking with the commandments in Christ.
Walking with the commandments and Christ. All right. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Is that you?
No, sir.
Okay. Who's that over there?
I can guarantee there's no theologian school.
Muted. Unmuted.
All right. Who that? Oh, that's who that is. Oh, that was you, Ramar. He must have hit it by mistake. It's okay. All right. We have LJ and Amna wa Allah, Emmanuel. LJ?
Yes.
The floor is yours, LJ.
Hi, Shalom, Elder Rikashiar, and Elder Lawyer.
Shalom.
This is a great
Shalom.
lesson tonight. I follow you guys. I got baptized last year. And
welcome to the body.
The journey, thank you. So one of the questions you posed was, you said don't worship the Madonna. One of the things I've noticed when I came into the truth before that, I actually had a female pastor, and I could say throughout my journey of finding the truth, she was actually the first person that had ever even told me about holy days and about the name of the Most High and Christ. And that was baffling to me. And she still tried to maintain an order. So her biggest thing was to make sure that you understood the Godhead.
You understood that, it was the Most High, it was the man, then the woman, and that the man was your covering. And I think presently, because we live in such a society where it's no fear of the Most High, and people don't have relationship with the Most High or even believe it. Everyone is on this frequency and energy levels and manifestations and stuff like that, and just a lot of like this witch and crazy beliefs. No one is believing in the nucleus of the family, so it's easy to set aside the power of having the nucleus of a family and having the man as the head. So the man kind of gets pushed to the back, the woman is pushed to the front, and it's just everything the woman wants. And we know that Satan used the woman in the garden. So it's easy to put the woman in the forefront, to just put all kinds of unrighteous things right now in society. And I'm telling you, I'm a married woman, and I'm not evenly yoked with my husband, and it is a journey. It's a battle.
Hold up. Let's slow up. Because when you say you're not evenly yoked with your husband, right?
Yes.
Okay. So whose fault is that?
Well, okay. The faults, we've had this, my husband and I had this discussion. My husband married me under a high in Yeshaya. He's also a foreigner. So he was raised as a Muslim, and then he converted to Christianity.
Okay, but when you say, without you going into everything for the sake of time,
okay,
where is the unequally yoked coming in at? That's what I need. Go directly to that.
Unevenly yoked, meaning my walk is different than his walk. He gets what I'm saying, but he, of course, is not as in depth with the understanding as I am.
Okay. I like to get straight to that, because there's a such thing as in the book of Corinthians that states if a woman has an unbelieving husband, that he's covered through your prayer. Right?
Right. I believe that.
Exactly. Now, that's why you have to be careful what you say in public about your husband, right? Because even if he doesn't understand what you understand, right? You don't want to undermine him before people in public. That's number one. And number two, there's still things you are responsible for that you can do regardless of what he believes in. You can still be submissive. You can still, because I'm sure he's doing a lot of those duties that the scriptures that you believe in talks about without even following religiously, if you want to use that word, exactly what you're following. Correct?
John, I agree.
Well, I'm just saying, what I'm saying is we have to be what you would call, to some degree, right? We have to be respectful to the absent. And he's still a good man for you. So he just doesn't, he just isn't where you are yet.
I don't want it to come off like I was not respecting my husband, because I respect my husband.
Sister,
he calls on the high in Yeshaya.
Okay.
We pray.
I need you to understand what I'm saying, why I had to come in and correct that. It has nothing to do with, it has something to do with you, but it's because I'm speaking to thousands of people. And one thing that some of us, what we do is we'll say something in public, not realizing how it can, even without intention, disrespect the person who's in our corner. Right? Right. So just make sure you honor him, even in his absence. And that's going to make it come around, because who knows, one day he may fall on this and hear this, and it can push him even further away and make it more difficult for you to reach him. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, just be patient with him. He's still with you. He's taking care of the bills, right?
Yes.
And exactly. So, hey, he sounds like he's yoked to me. All right. He's taking care of his duties as a man. He isn't where you are yet, but he'll get there. I've seen it. And it's how you respect and honor him. That in of itself can be what? that can be the thing that turn him to the full truth. And I've seen it happen before. But you have to honor him in his absence. You are his representative. Right?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Evenly yoked was not the best.
Yeah, it was the wrong words to
word
use. Thank you. Let's clear that up.
It was the wrong word to use.
All right.
Yeah, maybe it was the wrong word. I was just always told, like, when you're not in the truth together, or if you're not in the same church and that sort of thing, that you're not evenly yoked. That's why I put it that way.
Well, it's more so
not that he's not a believer, because
Exactly.
he does believe and he does support me, and we do pray.
There you go.
And he's, so it's okay.
There you go. He's a good
I
man.
used the wrong word.
He's a good man. All right, bless you, sister.
Oh, he would love
All
to
right.
hear that. Thank
All
you.
right. All right,
Bless you guys.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom. Amna Allah has a comment and or a question.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Floor is yours.
I'm good. Shalom. So I have more like a story, and it's kind of one that really upsets me. But I'm from the state of Maryland. I find myself here in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, come on. You got to pull it out of you. Let's do it. Let's talk.
Yeah. And
Bring it.
And I find myself, in a state or a position without necessarily a home. So
when you say not necessarily a home, what is that?
So I've been staying in like hostels, but it's not like permanent because I can't sufficiently fund it for a long period of time.
You've been staying in what?
In hostels or hostels. It's like shared rooms.
Okay, so what you're saying in a nutshell, let's get straight to it. Right now, you don't have a place to stay. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not really.
Okay,
where
go
I'm
on.
Going. I'm just general gist of the. So I found myself like here on the streets of LA. I made myself a little campfire, and to me, what I perceived as a woman, who was really a man, drove up to me and really offered me, I guess, sexual acts in a way. And honestly, like at first, I kind of had my doubts, but I was really out on the streets and I was warm. I mean, I had my little campfire, but I wasn't really like comfortable or anything.
Hold up. Let's slow this roll for one moment. This is as far as we're gonna go in this story. As far as you said a man came up to you, like what they would call a transsexual, and that's that's as far as, and he propositioned you with you being, not having a place to stay or whatever the case is. I'm sure this is as far as we go with this, right?
That's the gist of it. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, you told him. Well. All right.
Well, I was very lustful and very unsure of myself, where I felt like I was tricked in a sense, because I did enter the vehicle not really knowing.
Well, this is what we're gonna do, brother. All right, you okay now? You entered the vehicle. Did you get out of the vehicle immediately when you realized what you was up against?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and he put you out of the vehicle, or you said,
I'm on the phone.
How long? Let me ask you this: how long were you in the vehicle before you realized that this was type of man thing going on?
10 minutes.
Huh?
It wasn't more than.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this, Emmanuel. I'm gonna make sure, because I'm gonna make sure the people in California reach out to you, so we can get you a little prayer going on. and see what we can do about your circumstance. All right, because we don't want nobody just rolling around trying to expose, trying to take advantage of vulnerabilities. Hold on. And your name is Emmanuel. Great name. Hey, brother.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, brother. Hold the line, and I'm going to make sure someone reach out to you almost as soon as possible, okay? Bishop Lucas is going to call you. All right. Okay, all right. Let's see what time it is. We getting into the serious. We getting into the deep hours here, obviously. Lord. Lord, I'm about to play a little Houdini up in here. Dun, 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 dun. Lord, in the morning. 414 area code. Hold the line. Carol has a question and or comment. I know we started off with don't worship the Madonna. I guess he's talking about the changing of kind. I guess that's how we tying it together. Oh yeah, they're bold now, but watch out. Carol has a question and or comment. It's a shame because Elder Lawyer, what's going on right now is because I need you to check this out, Elder Lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
The movement, the civil rights movement was supposed to be a thing where, under the Moynihan report, that they would actually make sure that there's upward mobility and financial opportunity for black men to be respected from their peers, white men, as well as their own women, to strengthen the family. That's what civil rights was for. They came in with Steinem and these feminists, where the white woman becomes a minority now, and now she have access over some of what we would call the institutions in our community now to determine where the money goes, because now she's a minority, only to open it up for gays and then give our women the opportunity that we were supposed to have in order to be a respected part of society in respect of our families, right? Now, it's to a point where now the men who died for civil rights are out in the streets with no opportunity at all, as was planned by our enemy. So that in order for them to get anything, they have to go to the women or be propositioned by those who are actually batting for the other team. This thing is over.
It's crazy.
Civil rights at its, civil rights at work. All right. And the target was to make sure we didn't have access to finances as men to protect our families. We would have been out of this crap if they didn't come in with their end arounds to actually cut that pie out, that pie up, called, under the guise of minority. Now they talking about black and brown people now. East Indians and everything else, any pygmies, you name it. Anybody can now become a minority in America now. Lord, sunshine.
Hello.
Come on, bring it. Bring it, sunshine. Let's go.
Hi, Shalom. Hi, Elder. Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Talk to me.
Okay, Elder. Oh wow. It's partly humorous to see how outrageous it has become with how far that we as women have gone and continue to go with screams for attention disguised as creativity with our costly arrays. But it's also very serious because it has crept up right under us, and it's indeed the honing of craft with every nuance and emotion. If desirous of the flesh, a woman can become a master manipulator to such a degree that we deceive our very selves and do so in choosing to be a lie in any and every way, embodying the serpent. And the lies grow and change to adapt the woman as an unmatched chameleon on earth to any situation for a selfish gain of what she alone desires. And the selfishness goes deep, and she's in it, and she takes no prisoners. And as the adaptation then continues in practice and reaches its height in a woman, she becomes like a reprobate, and that, you know, with her power, you know, gone to her head above all except for truth, or truth in a man who is fervent and a servant of Christ and the Most High, she becomes more violent and bitter and dangerous to any unsuspecting, uncovered, or exposed man. And she then can eat men unto death, and by doing as thou wilt with them, and then without batting a literal eyelash, move from one target to the next, and dragging him down to hell, because any man becomes to her the feed of her perpetual freak goddess blood sacrifice, from, you know, that hot girl summer to no fault left and right divorces. She keeps rolling like a rolling stone, and without the beauty and consistent guidance keeping us in and out of the liberalist delusion with regular washing of the word, any woman can fall off the righteous path and into the spirit of the mother of harlots. And the sin of Eve is indeed strong unto wickedness, and it percolates in our veins, but the word of the Most High is the strongest, casting asunder every wicked imagination that attempts to uplift itself. And by the grace and enduring mercy of a higher through his son Yeshua, any woman with hope towards the kingdom to come and love of truth and the truth giver, respecting men who the Most High set for us and for us to follow, and loving correction by our head, we can bow in humility and thanks for his grace unto us. And by his grace for all the days of our lives, we would hear our Father's voice clearly, cherish the word, be wise but harmless, and with all the gifts and talents he has bestowed upon us, by his grace we may honor him, glorify him, and be a pleasure in his sight. And that's all I have to say, Elder. Oh, praise the Most High.
There you go, sunshine. All right, I only got a few, so I'm going to just drill through these real quick. Zadok has a question.
Yeah, how you doing, brother?
I'm
Shalom.
doing well. How are you doing, sir?
The question is, how do you stay righteous in such an evil feminist world? And when can brothers respect each other and stand up as men and have mercy for each other and speak like men?
Well, the bottom line is...
Two questions I have.
Oh, that's a good question. The bottom line is you only have control over your person. Okay? The world, it doesn't frustrate me. It doesn't frustrate me in some ways in understanding that only... It's frustrating, but it doesn't with me realizing that only a remnant can be saved. And you only... What you're seeing is within your power to do. That's how. You have to follow the law, statutes, and commandments. You have to establish righteousness. You have to establish what a relationship is, but by how you interact with others. And if enough of us do this, that's the remnant. That's the answer. You have to do it. Listen, I've given up waiting for the world to change all at once. It'll never happen. Okay. It's within us to become the ambassadors. All right. And do what's right. Set a foundation in our own home, starting with the 10 Commandments. Right? That's the answer.
Yeah, well, that part I'm doing already.
There it is.
And is there a possibility that brothers can fellowship?
Well, we have a church. You're in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Have you come to the church in Philadelphia?
No, I ain't never been there.
You want a fellowship? I can text your number to Bishop Amath right now, and we can make it happen. Let's fellowship. Huh?
Yes, please do. Please do.
And your name is Zadok. Were you named Zadok, or that's a name you took on?
That's the name I took on.
Okay. All right.
When I came in the truth and woke up.
Yeah, that's a serious name right there.
And then the sister told me, that she said he was pronouncing it wrong. And it should be Ruach, and she said, no, it's Zadok. I said, you know what? I'll take that.
Well, right now, it's fine. Zadok. That's a serious name. That's the priesthood of Aaron. These are the one who fled during the time of Babylon and was named the Essenes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. They kept the priesthood alive until Christ came on the scene. They were the real deal, the sons of Zadok. Well, thank you, brother. I text your number to Bishop Amath, and let's see. No. Hold on. Let me make sure. And he'll be calling you. Hold on. There you go. Let's fellowship. My brother. Shalom.
My brother. Shalom, brother.
Let's do
Got
it.
a lot of love and respect for you.
Thank
Won't
you,
stop
sir.
following.
Thank you, my brother. Let's do it.
Most High
Hey,
bless you forever.
hey, brother. Thank
Long
you.
reign, brother Rakai.
Hey, man. We all we got, right? Shalom. Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom. Tracy has a question or comment, and then after that, Lynn has a comment, and we'll end it there. There's no more calls. Tracy?
Hey, does I've never heard of the Black Madonna until maybe 3 years ago. Putin started showing off his artwork.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of art pieces that are biblical, that are black. And I was always wondering what the Black Madonna meant. But here in America, I've noticed a lot of the young girls, they're following. Have you ever seen that tattoo Rihanna wears up under her breast?
No.
I think it's a tattoo of a woman by the name of Isis or Set or Nefertiti.
Okay.
Are they under the same spirit as the Black Madonna?
Absolutely. Isis is the Egyptian name for Semiramis. It's the same demon woman.
That woman right there, I know at least 4 young women that they're into it, where they're buying the necklaces, they're buying the statues, they're setting up altars. That is what a lot of young girls are into. Have you done a podcast on that? And if not, can you do one? I've been trying to.
Guess what? That's the quickest rise in religion within our community. I did a lesson about that. The witches who are amongst us. Let me tell you, they're leaving.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on our channel. They're leaving the churches.
What's it called again?
Just go to our main page, and under the playlist or under our videos, type in witches. That's
okay.
Yeah, these are witches. Okay. These are man-hating witches who are seeking to destroy humanity. That's what's going on in our community right now. And
is that the same spirit of the Black Madonna, or is it something just totally different?
It's the same spirit. A matter of fact, they call that spirit into presence and it enters them. Okay, this is what goes on in witchcraft. They're taking on entities, not just one. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've even known a couple of them. They all might do it, but I know a couple of them actually have an altar for them where they light incense and I guess they pray to it or something.
Yeah. You can find this in the predominantly chaotic, crazy, unconscious community. Even you got Umar Johnson running around out of his mind, stealing money for a school, pouring libations, disrespecting almost every grave within America, trying to pull libations on Harriet Tubman. She believed in the Bible. So he found all these people who were actually inspired by God and believed in the Bible to desecrate their graves with this libation madness. Him and the rest of the conscious community are out of their minds. And this is where you'll find the witches. Promiscuity and the things that's going on, like what you see with Dr. York, the Nuwabic, what happened with Polite. There's nothing polite about him, especially if your young daughter is around. This is the spirit of chaos in our communities. So yeah, and believe it or not, sister, it's not just the women are doing this. You got men who you have men who are part of Egyptology and all that, go both ways and all that, and that's also a prominent part of the conscious community that they're actually hiding. The fact that the gay life and all that is a clear component of the conscious community. Matter of fact, I'm going to be talking about that next Wednesday. Witches and warlocks in the conscious community will be our lesson. AC, make sure you put that up for Wednesday. Witches and warlocks within the conscious community. All right.
Because I would love to send a couple of them to watch it, because I just think there's something wrong with it, and you know, they seem to, and they all say the same thing, that I'm not religious, I'm spiritual.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but what spirit are you talking to?
The spirit of the spirit from the seventh ring of hell. And another thing, you can find them when they're wearing those bull rings and looking mad and all that. All those are indicators that an entity have entered. But don't worry about it. I'm going to deal with that next Wednesday, sister. Believe me. We're going to deal with that. All right?
Doesn't one of them have a son called Horus or something like that?
Yeah.
And
Horus is another name for Tammuz. So Horus, just Nimrod, Horus, all of them are the Yule child. It's just that it's the same Babylonian religion that came from the Tower of Babel once the tongues were split. The Babylonians call it Semiramis and Isis. Semiramis, Nimrod / Tammuz, and the Egyptians call it Isis, Osiris, and Horus. It's the same deities under a different society, the same demons. All right.
Okay.
I'll talk about it next week. All right. I'll deal with that next week.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, yeah. Next week, the witches and warlocks of the conscious community. You don't want to miss it. 540 area code.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Lynn. Last call. What say you?
I was going to say something about the Tower of Babel and all of that, but I forgot. But what I wanted to say with the feminism and things, I wanted to say something to our sisters.
Don't tell me you've been waiting so long. Don't tell me, Lynn, you fell asleep. Did I wake you up?
No. I was just sitting here patiently waiting, brother.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right, go on.
I appreciate y'all letting me talk.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say something to my sisters, you know. What I wanted to say about the Tower of Babel, the worshiping of beasts. If you could do a show on that for the people and show them that's where a lot of these empires have failed. I mean, you even see it in the Native American culture with the totem poles and all these worshiping of the beast. You know, the bull always shows up. I think that's a big part of man's fall, and God has been here since the beginning trying to get us right. So, you know, that's just part of man. They just keep on going back to worshiping beasts. But as far as the feminist topic, we know that the black family has been broken up since slavery, so let's not pretend that this hasn't been going on since we've been here. And, you know, we had Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and it was either her or Scheherazade Ali in a documentary that they did, and they said that feminism is the white woman's fight. It says, black women haven't been under the black man's thumb for 400 years.
That is
correct. Sisters, we need to remember that. We need to remember since slavery that they have broken up the black family, and we have to remember in the 60s during the feminist time when your brothers was fighting side by side with you in civil rights, and then all of a sudden here comes the feminists, you know, snatching you one by one out of the fold to get us to this point, because the sisters wasn't going for that because they knew better back then. They knew that they hadn't been under the black man's thumb, and they knew that they had been under the government and their master's thumbs forever, you know, since they've been here. And one more thing, abortion has killed more than any other, cause of death.
We sisters. Yeah, we try not to use that word. You probably go, child deletion or whatever the case is. That triggered the algorithm, but go on.
I'm very sorry for saying that.
That's fine.
And then I have two questions. One is for Elder. All right. Did the song "Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent" have anything to do with this? And then the other one is for my brother who's reading. Is bag chasing a form of selling your body?
Well,
I don't want to say the word.
Well, brother, let me tell you. I mean, I can tell you, man. You it's so poignant that you got straight to the point and you hit so many key details of what we were actually talking about. Number one, there was never a time where our people under chattel slavery where the black man was in power to abuse our women.
Right.
That's another lie the feminists did to gain the spirit of our women to their side to destroy us. And by destroying us, they would, they by proxy get to the sons and destroy these same women they've convinced against men to destroy their sons also. Right? That was the witch move. The next thing you pointed out, through the music, there's nothing going on but the rent, of course. You know why they started stating that? Because I mentioned earlier, but it tell you Babylon the Great is the mother of harlots. So the mother of harlots is a madam who's over what? Who's over a harlot house.
Yes.
So obviously you would turn relationships into what? Financial exchange, because that's what you do at a harlot house, where everything is about what you can do for me financially in exchange for sexual favors. Well, that's what a harlot house looks like. So it's been embedded, it's been planted in the music to initiate our women into this transactional mindset. And by doing so, they have lost part of themselves, their soul. The more you lose your purity when it comes to your body, a little piece of your soul goes with it. And that's what the feminists, that was their target the whole time, knowing that the prophets would come through the womb of our sisters. But you know what? Some of our mothers stood strong. And the Most High, guess what? The Most High brought the truth through those same wombs, the womb of these great women anyway. So we're not here to blame. What we're here to do is say, listen, we all made mistakes. Now let's get on code. Brothers and sisters, let's not point fingers. Let's point to what's wrong. So to not go back down those paths and to draw more brothers and our sisters to the light, because this is the only thing that's going to work going forward. The old way doesn't work because men aren't participating like they used to. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. Yes. I just wanted to say the truth is what will set us free in love, but we have to have the truth put out here, and we have to talk like this to each other, because we could, you talk to your brother and sister this way, and this is the way we need to talk, and I love y'all and appreciate y'all, and thank y'all, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm glad I went through all these calls. I didn't want to miss this. This is a great way to end the call, end the night.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lynn. Bless you. You can tell that brother's patient, wisdom. Hey, I'm glad he's on our side. With that, I'm going to say shalom. I'll see you all. Join the Hebrew and Bible Academy, historytimes.org. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Thank you, Elder Dell. Thank you, Elder Yarack. Thank you, all the elders, bishops, all the people working behind the scene. We are the children of Israel in the spirit of Christ, and we are back. Have a great evening. I'll see you on Patreon this Friday. Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. And 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gatherer